Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Dio, how's it going? Mr. Nuck, how to make a minimap like Death Stranding 2? Ask Kojima. Nah, I can't remember what it's like in Death Stranding 2, but I'm guessing it's like a miniaturized, kind of like 3D model of the terrain. The way I would do it is have a height map of your terrain that covers the entire thing, and then put that on, I don't know, some mesh, and then use world position offset sampled at wherever your character is of that height map, and then, you know what I mean? Can probably give a little example once we jump in. I'm guessing it has lots of dots as well. They love dots in Death Stranding. Nice, how's it going? Jerry, I'm good, how are you? Amethyst, wavy wave. Cool emote, by the way. Really well drawn. Maybe I should commission some emotes by you. And then encourage others to commission emotes as well. Ice Mage, hello. And Cravea, how's it going? I don't think it is, Jerry. I don't think it is. Unless you could somehow write like a custom kind of interface thingo, or like a custom collision detection. But I don't think natively you can do it without going back to Blueprint. Firing an actor. Yeah, I would I tell everyone this. For the most part, it's always true, but the particles should never handle any logic. Like, you should be able to disable... It's like, Is my shirt inside out? No. Sorry, back to the front. It's not. Physical material. Index. Yeah, right. Yeah, which would just be getting it from the material, slotting the UV coords and stuff. But yeah, I'm guessing you want to spawn like some different explosion-y particles based on what it hit, without having to do the collision interface to blueprint. Blueprint goes through like a map of physical material to particle effects, and then spawns a new particle system. Because that could get a bit crazy, especially if you're like doing a rapid fire laser gun. Wario, how's it going? Alright, I'm opening up the engine, don't worry. We are opening up Lenge. Do I look like less lit than usual? Too much hand. Yeah, gotcha. You know what you... let me just... Oh, why'd this happen? I got a crash on open. Derive data cache. Curl http client.cpp. Excuse me? Can you just let me load my fucking game? My God. Alright, where the frickety fuck were we last time? Oh, actually, okay, you know what? At the end of last stream, I had an issue, which was that I couldn't get the wave velocities and stuff anymore. Something had, like, gigafucked. Turns out, I'd just named a variable wrong. I'd written wave data instead of water wave data. So, they're back. However, I don't think I'm getting the velocities right from the thing, you know? Like, how do we get the velocity of the waves? Because obviously the Gerstner waves don't really have an outgoing velocity thing. So I'm like pretty sure I need to derive velocity. Currently I was doing velocity derivation by... No, let me also just make this flat. Just for the sake of... That looks quite flat. So, yeah, like these waves should be imparting velocity onto our simulation. Obviously, this doesn't look correct, these waves, because they're clipping and all that kind of stuff. That's not usually what would happen. But and also that. But... yeah, I don't know. Let me go to our... nah. Here are the RGB thingy from a render target. This is all done in Niagara Grid 2D. Which is a whole thing that I'm going to make some videos about soon, TM. Greetings from London. London. You come in London, have a cup of tea, innit? Little bit of London, have a cup of tea on Tuesday. Tuesday, Monday. Innit? Have the Prismatic go live? Whenever I'm able. Whenever I am physically and mentally able. Alrighty. Derive wave velocity from WPO. So this is how I was doing it. And for some reason I had to swivel it, or swizzle it, sorry. But this should be it, right? Like, the current offset minus the previous offset in sidewaysness. Although, okay, so the sidewaysness is totally dependent on the steepness factor, right? So we go ocean, and I go, oh yeah, let's put the wave, the shoreline, sorry, wrong one. The steepness up. You know, then it makes them kind of swish back and forth. Like it steepens them up. Sorry, I keep burping. So if the steepness was 0, then they're just sine waves. But I guess even... well, no, technically these don't have any velocity, right? Technically, waves that are just moving sideways don't have any additional velocity. Because they're just moving up and down. It's all an illusion. But would I... do you know what I mean? Like, yeah, this would create surface velocity in the simulation. It will mess when they're high. Affect more like velocity. Yeah. Let me... okay, you know what? We're gonna grab our shoreline doodad. going to put this one over there. I'm going to make a new one. Which I'm just going to delete all of the fellas. How do I... how do I fucking delete all these freaking points? I guess I can just do this, and then next one, and next one. Okay, now we just got a dude. You know what, maybe I should just... the fuck didn't I just do this first place? Okay, so we're gonna get this one. We are going to... No, bruh. Okay, no, hold on. Get this. You stay there. And now grab it. And then I'm just going to grab you. And we can just do this. Funny. She's Niagara Module I've ever seen. It's it's something. It is something. Can't even fit it all on one screen. I'm actually looking into ways to be able to split this up, because they've added a new object type called a Grid 2D Reader, which could make things a bit easier. Because the reason this is all just in one big stack, one big, like, render, is because all of our simulations read from one another. So, like, the wind affects the water velocity. And other things. Oh, they all get drawn from the same, like, input capsules and whatever. But I don't necessarily... If I've got, like, 5 different input colors... I don't want to have to render that to a render target and for it to be read by the other simulations. And there's also, yeah, it's just a big nightmare. And if I was rendering them to a render target, there's no guarantee that this would be executed before the other one, so yeah. Yo, Jed! Welcome, 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 and welcome, Slimos. Welcome, Slimo. Slimo Valets. Slimo Valets? You've joined at just the right time. I'm having so much fun. Alright, let's do it like this for now. So we are getting some shitty-ass waves. This is where they are... Okay, hold on. See, where is... Okay, well, that's not correct. Why are we getting this, like... I guess that's because of the interference with the thingos. But, like, this should be moving onto the shore. Do you know what I mean? Because the WPO is moving this way. This is the Y direction. This is why I swizzled it earlier. Like if I just grab this, I can't. Oh, okay, I can do this. Yeah, like you can see the wave hitting, but it's like, why is it moving down that way? So yeah, I'm wondering if I need to derive the velocity using the change in the final height value minus... Because, okay, for something like particles, when, like, a wave... Ow, my eyes. When a wave... when a wave moves, aka moves, doesn't actually move, if it crashes against an obstacle, it's like shwow, you know? So in that case, we would want to know, like, the velocity movement of the surface, not of the individual, you know, water molecules. Do you know what I mean? Like, we don't care that, oh, technically this molecule here is barely moving because it's at the peak of its... Do you know what I mean? So yeah, I don't know. How was the rest of the stream, Jed? Did you get things twerking? Big Zone of Sunwave must be known from Event Handler, I guess. Well, the, my idea is to... Is that really? No, that should be lower. You know, I'll just put it lower. My idea is to use the surface velocity and distance fields to do the particles and stuff. Wait, where does the player start? Wait, what the? Oh, right, there's more here. This guy just piss off for a sec. And this one, get out of here. Oh, actually, if I... How do you, like, show unhidden? Unhide all? Oh. Yes, no? Okay, you... you know what? No, you can stay. You live. This one must die. This one must die. So that the other may survive. Alrighty. So, we have some water, apparently. Which should start acting like water shortly. It's weird that it's... Shouldn't... Problems when you look something further, does it cause problems that way? So the distance fields I'll be doing in Niagara, which is... It kind of reads them a bit differently. It's built different. So I guess we'll have to see how it goes, honestly. Not 100% sure. Current velocity, previous velocity. Current height, previous height. Right, and there's also the simulation zone, which will be a bit fucking. Let me also go to the velocity that I'm drawing. Yeah, so why is it all going up that way? Like, yeah, this should pretty much be matching the water up here. Although, yeah, actually, that reminds me. I don't actually have the flipbook waves accounted for in the Niagara yet. So I might turn that off on here. Shouldn't really matter. It's kind of hard to tell with normals that aren't real. Abnormal normals. Yeah, I'm like 130% sure that the velocity isn't updating. Like, yeah, this is hard setting the height and velocity to be the thingo. And it just looks like it's going sideways. Like sideways back and forth. You know? Like that. And like if I set that to be like 10 or something, then yeah, it's just going sideways. Why would it be doing that? Like there's no... It's a weird one as well. But... See what I mean? And if I swizzle it, and I think it's fine. Like now it's going back and forth. The velocities, I mean. What have you experience with making soft body physics with Niagara? I don't, unfortunately. I might in the future. But yeah, it's not something I'm very familiar with yet. So why is it that this works, but it... Okay, what if we turn this 90 degrees? So these should all be going back and forth, but it just doesn't look like it is. It still looks like it's going in and out from here. You know what I mean? So if I unswizzle it there, now they look like they're correct. So something terribly wrong is happening to my, like, velocity derivation. But how and why? Why my thing go up? Why me? This is weird. What the fuck is happening? Ugh. What happens if I just disable ocean waves? Because we are adding them together. This is still doing the side-to-side bullshit. Let's say I merged 10 static meshes as one instanced actor. It's possible to split them back into 10 individual actors. I don't think so. You could pretty easily write a script for it that would... You could maybe like an editor utility script. Which could take in a... well, yeah, like the asset that you've clicked on or actor that you've clicked on, look for instant static mesh component, and then get the stuff from it. Why are these doing this? Let's just, like, double check. If I just, like, put some shit in there. You know, like, 100 X. Mm-hmm. X is the uppity downity. That is now going down this way. Cool. And then Y negative and Y positive. Cool. So Y, haha, Y. Oh, accidentally just stopped running. Why does it not work? Get it? Do you ever make a game or concept based on physics? I do a lot of physical stuff. Not in real life, of course. That's cringe. Being fit, that's cringe. But I was working on a physical character movement system, which we're going to revisit after this water bullshit is all done and dusted. Excuse the weird fog, but excuse that as well. Yeah, what the fuck is the... Can I, like... Where's the post-process material? Actually, maybe it's in my weather. NPC. Nope. Is it in the cell shader post-process? It is. Okay. Yeah, fine. Yeah, so physics. Physical character movement. I think it's an actor, actually, Robin. Oh, no, maybe it is a pawn, because I'm possessing it. But yeah, this is my character movement for my game, hopefully, at some point. But it's, yeah, it's like all physical, all simulated. Doesn't have any trickery going on, you know? It's a bit sluggish at the moment because I've tuned it to just look good. But yeah, it's all about, like... Because my game is all about exploring and traveling and physics bullshit, you know, happening. So, yeah, it's kind of important that, look, I can drag this character around. Although they're trying to maintain position. Can you just, like, drag them from the head? Technically, yeah, I can probably yank them onto the ground. Oh! Sucked in, idiot. Okay, well, I fell over as well. Grab them by the feet. Tackle them. Oh. I didn't like that. Yeah, so this is so that, like, everything is physically accounted for. Which is something that kinematic movement can't really do. So yeah, I was having ideas the other day, that I could even move to something like Like, the basis would still be rotating cycle of stuff. But I was thinking capsule, you know, center point, cycle center point, and then have two rotating, almost like pedals that could go in like an ellipsis or whatever. So like all the logic would end up being the same, but it would be like feet. Because I realized like this thing here in the middle doesn't need to have collision. That's like something that, you know, like a ball bot in real life has self-collision, which is why, you know, like the ball is a fixed radius. The ball can't clip through, you know, the body of it. But like something like this, we can allow, you know, these feet to clip through the capsule if we want, or they could rotate around. They could have a motor in here that has no collision at all. Like they can rotate around a point with no collision and that kind of stuff. So I might experiment with that, at least for like characters that are moving slower. Because one thing that the running is good with the ball, but the walking, I don't know, like as soon as the character runs into like a little bump, it's just a bit fucked. So I wonder if actually making like physical feet is like an idea, you know? And then obviously the physical feet would work on the slopes a lot better because they would be boxes. So I don't know, just ideas. Might experiment with that another time. When I project our water, do I set it again? Oh, fuck, I do. Water wave WPO. Well, fuck, that could be it then. Oh no, but we need the velocity. I guess we... do we want... No, because the... Well, no, you just come straight out of here. Oh, no, you get projected. What's the point of that? Putting the WPO back in here, because we put the height into there. I guess this was just for... Putting the WPO back in here, because we put the height into there. I guess this was just for... Because the waves have, like, world position offset, right? But the Gerstner waves also have a sideways offset, which means that when we're trying to look at the water, we have to account for that offset by getting the WPO in X and Y and subtracting that from the UV coordinates that we're sampling the stuff at. But then here, I'm just like... Yeah, true height. Blah, 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 blah. Here, I shouldn't be resetting the water wave WPO. Water wave projection. And then that could go there. Then where would I be getting the WPO from? Like, why would I be getting it? Wave WPO. Water wave WPO. Right, in the input stage. Oh, the waves WPO. Water surface excluding WPO so that foam ripples roll up the waves. I don't think I need to do this anymore. Because our... Oh, right, the stream... You know what, we go down bitrate. Also, I figured out why the stream restarts. It's because of restream. Which is lame. Because, like, I kind of need that. Why? Okay, why is this just... Hello? Right. Getting tired. Yeah, I'm getting tired of this bullshit. Could use RVTs to blend the water in with the landscape using landscape height and RVT water height? Yes, you could. Very much so. Although you could also... Right, so that's the velocities issue. Is it just that this isn't delta timed, did it? That looks better. Yeah. Okay, now it's fine. But it's not fine because it's fucking the wrong way. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? So, you know what? My character's probably on that. No. What's happening? Ugh. Yeah, sorry, Crafter, you could do that. You could also use the depth, scene depth before thingo. Scene depth before water, and then the scene depth from WP, or just scene depth, and use that to do like a depth blend. Although you wouldn't be able to use masking doing that, because that would affect the depth pass. Oh, actually, you could do that if you... No, you couldn't. No, you could if you used depth pass before water, and then depth from world position, and subtracted them from one another. Then you could do dithering if that's what you were looking to do. Alright, let's just see. I'll put the ocean waves back on. So we get Prismatoscape shore waves, where we lerp our waves and our other ones. Water wave WPO, which is derived here. Water wave WPO. So here, we use that WPO XY here to then subtract to resample the wave velocity and the wave height. And so, wait, to resample the wave velocity. Right, velocity gets derived there. So we don't touch the wave WPO from that point onwards. Unless we are doing it... Oh no, because we're not even... Let's disable this for it, or just move it for a second. Let's just look at our ocean waves, right? Yes, this is okay. Yes, ocean waves. Do you? Bish, where are my ocean waves at? Ocean waves. What the fuck are you doing? Huh? What? Why? Hello? Is there like a fucking... What? I'm just so confused. Where are my damn ocean waves at? What is this? Like, yes, this is water. Well done. This is not water. What the fuck is this supposed to be? Wait, okay, where's that coming from? It's this one. Okay. My bad. Let's move it out of the way. Could that have been... No. Alright, let's get it. What is that? Where is it coming from? Or is that just because our waves don't... Right, I think the waves don't... You know what I mean? My waves just don't. They just ain't doing. Where the hell is movable? Yeah. Alright, let's go. I said movable. Movable. Play. F8. Where? There it is. Okay, yeah, wait, no, is it? What the fuck's going on? I don't even fucking know. Don't care. Don't know, don't care. Let me just move up. Oh, it's because there's nothing drawing fucking world water height. But then what is... Huh? So confused. Water height, water data. Yeah. What are these drawing? Water height, water data. Bro. Are they maybe drawing something to the normals that they shouldn't be? No, just world height and base color for their thingos. You know, I'll get rid of that. That shouldn't really matter. But I've got no fucking idea what the hell this is doing. Why is there a big giant dick in my fucking... Whatever, I don't care. Let's just go here. This is all simmed water. This is simmed water. Which does look like it is... Like the velocity is going the correct direction. You know? Maybe I should just derive velocity from derive velocity from the derivation of the up and down movement. So up and down movement of any given point. And then... And that will be post projection. Wait, can it be post projection? Yeah, no, I guess it would have to be. Has your learning curves Niagara? Not very. It's just like a very high ceiling. Oh, you know what else it might be? Maybe the fucking RVT doesn't... No, it's fine. Like, yeah, this velocity looks like it's going the correct direction. You can tell, because, like, It's kind of fucked up, but... Even then, it's a bit shit. Shred, hello, hello. Do I make money from GameDev? I do. Well, from, plugin dev. From what I'm doing now. And from YouTube. But not from selling games. Selling games is kind of cringe, you know. Have to live on... Yeah! By my standards, yes. Yeah, I'm a bit further out. Like in rural Victoria. So, it's like... It's a lot less, expensive out here. But yeah, living like in Melbourne or around Melbourne just seems like, yeah, like scary, basically. Doesn't seem fun. Can you feel something sound a little crooked? No, I only just woke up, so... yeah. I mean, like, it was like... I woke up at 6:30 this morning. And then I... What did I do? I got 6:30 this morning. And then... Right, I was like up most of the day, and then I went to sleep again at, I don't know, 3 or 4. Woke up at 9:30, and now I'm streaming. Usually I've had a lot more time to, like, warm up my voice. Okay, so this is moving in the exact direction we want it to. And it doesn't look too bad. It looks decent enough. It doesn't, maybe maybe I still should derive from the up and down movement. Now, would I need to do that? So, Particles, what game would you consider is really good at blood and water, both in terms of how it looks and how it's performance-wise? I don't know. I haven't actually played any games that have, like, good water and good blood in the water. Which is kind of one of the reasons that I'm doing this, you know? When will your game be released? I don't know. Long time. It's not really a game that... I don't know how to describe it. Is that because of the time distortion doing that? Will AI replace GameDev within 5 years? I highly doubt it. I don't think AI can really build systems, game systems. It'll definitely become a bigger part of maybe that clamp is... It'll definitely become, like, yeah, a bigger part of game development. As, you know, everything. But it won't, you know... It won't be taking over. See you later, 1 billion. Characters in a city represent all the characters in a single pixel on a 1K on a virtual text. Use the cut. I did see that actually. Yeah, on a render target. Although I can't remember if it was the... I forget the forget the specifics of it. But it was super cool. A lot of brain fodder. Where was I doing? Is that just because they're too big, or is it just because they're fucked? It can't be over. Well, okay. What if we derive wave velocity WP at wave velocity? That can't be exceeding. That's 100,000, not just 10,000. 100,000. That's fine. Each blood particle is a mesh that gets flattened onto the terrain. Yeah. Yeah, you could do that, or like a... that plus decals kind of approach. But it really depends on, like, what you want to happen. Like, for example, do you want, let's see. Oh. Where'd my... I needed it. Hold on. Yeah, like, should the water, like, drip between... Or, sorry, should the blood drip between rocks and, like, flow down surfaces in world space and whatnot. You know, like this water goes in between all the rocks and stuff. Which we also do with the blood. But then the other thing to consider is that this is a... this is like a global effect, all of this water stuff that I'm doing. Like, you can't really turn it off. Like, this is processing the empty spaces as well all the time. But that also means that, yeah, when there's, like, a lot of water or whatever, like, it just doesn't blink. Doesn't even blink. This is like an actual 2.5D fluid simulation. So this is like what I've been working on for a bit. For a hot minute. During taxis earlier, I think that yeah, it's almost like say I've got 384 by 384 render target. I just imagine it as like you've got like an extra 300 or maybe 400 by 400 pixels being rendered on screen, Or, I mean, and then obviously doing a fucking bazillion instructions and whatever, but... You get your render, something like that. I actually use I use runtime virtual textures for the input data. So for like the height map. So instead of doing a scene capture to get a depth pass, all of that data is just already available in the runtime virtual texture, which the runtime virtual texture does use a scene capture, but it handles like, like this section here, it'll just get a scene capture taken of it, and then it'll just be stored in memory. It's not doing it every frame. It's just taking a screen cap of this, the height data, and also the height texture I can add into it. So that's why, like, you can see the water is actually flowing between these rocks and reacting with these rocks, even though these rocks are not geometry, It's just all texture. Or, like, if this was a tiles thing... then it will now react to the tiles. So yeah, you can see it's like dripping down in between the cracks and filling up the places where there aren't tiles and whatever. So there's no scene capture aside from the RVT's scene capture. And then the character inputs, or the simulation inputs, are just done manually using Prismatiscape, which is just like, we define bone chains, and then just send that data into an array into Niagara, and then it draws them using like an intersection. It's kind of fucked up, but it's like drawing a capsule, and then comparing the height of that capsule to the height map. So obviously when I jump, I stop interacting. And then when I'm down on the ground again, I'm interacting again. That's how it works for like all the foliage interaction and whatnot. But it all piggybacks off one another. Yeah, I think it's pretty cool as well, honestly. I think I've done a decent enough job. But yeah, one reason that I want this water sim to work this way is because I want it to be used for rain. So, like, where the hell is it? Which is like something, I don't know, there's like the new Unreal 5.6, you know, shallow water sim, next gen, something, whatever. But it's like, that's just how they've been doing fucking rivers for like the past 20 years in games. Like they do an offline bake of the river. And like still they're using all these like fucked up different materials. Like it's got 4 materials. And they're using like render targets per tile of stuff, so they have to all be different materials and shit. And it's just like, the Unreal water system is just so not user friendly, and so much of it is like obfuscated and you don't know what the fuck's going on inside it. And it's like, yeah, oh my god, AAA next gen water, the next big thing. And it's like, okay, yeah, you literally just ripped off what Fluid Flux has been doing for 10 years. With like simulating a river and then baking the result to, I don't know, it's just fucking dumb. But essentially my Fluid Sim, and again, I'm not trying to like brag or anything, I'm just trying to explain why I'm taking an approach, or taking this approach, is because, yeah, this is all texture space. It runs in real time, but it follows the character around, or follows the view space around. And so, yeah, if I like set it to be raining, handle rain stuff. So this will just set the minimum water amount to some value. Don't know what it actually is. Should probably be a bit more than that. Oh, no, I think that's the max I wanted. But yeah, you can see, like... Oh, I just disabled the whole thing. This is Rain City. Would I do something different with the buildings to make it look like water's pouring down them, and then for prismatic plug-in for the ground? Yeah, for like the vertical buildings, you'd just do like panning texture or something. And then this for anything that's like less than 90 degrees. I mean, you wouldn't really see much pouring down a building as well. Like, it wouldn't pile up like this. Yeah, so like now anywhere that I go, it will be pouring, or, you know, pooling water. Even like on complex geometry like this, it should still, yeah, like obey the actual geometry plus the texture. Scene capture for scaling meshes being unwrapped as well. Yeah, I think Ghislaine Girardeau did a video. I think I bookmarked it. Here.
But oh well. Now there's still one more thing I need to mention. Remember,
Where
to be a good old particle effect. And what I'd like to do is spawn these particles only where the surface.
yeah, so non-overlapping UVs.
Niagara that
He goes through like all the issues. I love his videos. He does some sick shit. Like good sick shit. But yeah, right. So accesses the meshes triangle data or vertex data. And then yeah, pre-compute a lookup mask kind of thing. Applies padding and whatever. And so yeah, you could do this in Niagara with like pre-computed stuff. Is it perfect? It'll be per vertex, but you can get the UV like in between vertex, you know. But it's on a render target, so yeah, it's like it's a pixel effect. So like his example is just.
and at this point, to correlate with the 3D surface in World Coordinate is when the edge varies. Turns out that just the tip of the iceberg. Eventually, fluid simulation on the skeletal mesh.
Well, yeah, okay. Here's normals,
Perform some form of
world space normals to do like,
correlates to a direction in world
you know.
space, like gravity. We can do that. But I kind of concluded the previous one. It's up to you to do what you want with this mask texture.
So yeah, his is just like doing a
Value when diving into
render
the
target
water
like wetness mask.
mask
So like
texture.
below here is water,
Drive a wetness
and then it
value when diving into
fades
water.
out
Well, maybe use that render target
based
to
on
layer
whatever.
gonads.
And then also uses that to spawn particles. But there's some cool stuff
All the algorithm,
called adjacency maps.
but the implementation is what's bothering. There's a lot of data to process on the mesh.
Which I understand how to use. Like, I understand how to use it in a simulation, because it's just like, for this one, get up, down, left, right. Or like, basically, whenever you look up, oh, I want to get the pixel above me, you would first look up the UV, like, from this UV map. So you'd just be like, okay, look up, get that value, and then look up from that position. So for anything like within the island, it would just be getting, yeah, the pixel up, down, left, right. But then over here, like at the edges, and I say, oh, get me the pixel to the right. And then it would say, okay, well, my UV coordinate is this red value, which is up here or something. And so it would then get that pixel, and so the simulation could carry across seams, you know? Which I thought was very interesting. I think so. I think Niagara Grid 2D is a 5, Unreal 5 feature. So what's going wrong in here? Our waves are like going sideways. It looks dumb as fuck. Makes no sense. is it just like the shore waves? If I disable shore waves, then... Well, if I disable shore waves, the ocean waves, you know, the velocity is going in the correct direction, even if it is a bit fucked up looking. Why would the shore waves be different? Is it because the direction... You know what it could be? Could be that my cosine wave... Direction... So this would usually be pointing... Oh, I'm a fucking moron. Alright, yeah, it's fine now. Fuck me dead. Right, okay. So... Okay, I still don't understand why these parts are all 0. Like, that's just weird. And why is there jitter when I move? Ah, it's because I'm setting it so hard, isn't it? Okay, so... have this. That's just saying the offset. Yeah, why has the water gone wrong? It should look like this, you know? It should just look like that. Why does it not? Oh, wrong button. It looks like the uppity downity is having some effect on it. Maybe because it's trying to clip down through our height map. Because it's so shallow. But you can see here, it just doesn't. So when I do this and I say... Get wave static domain. Oh, so I want this to be 384 with the size being 4096, but that times 3. And now a lot of the values are going to be fucked up big time. That's because this needs to be water grid sample from here. That would have to be divided by 3. What the fuck have I done? Yeah, thanks. It's something. So this is into... Okay, you know what? Let's just double check that the wave static domain. No hard-coded values here. Except for this one, obviously. Hold on. Pixel offset. Right, okay, that should be divided by 384. Wait, what the fuck? What's that pixel offset coming from? That's coming from the water pixel offset, which means this, probably. Doesn't matter too much. If I'm stationary, it should still work. Oh, I need to turn the rain off as well. Or did I already turn that off? No, I didn't. Okay. Rain, you're gone. You're banned. Okay, cool. Okay, now... ocean waves. Well, when we get... add that waterway WPO. That's all fine. World position, water wave, location XY, sample the dudes. Cool. Ocean waves, shore waves. These don't use anything from the other thing. World plus XY, which is water wave location. Derive the velocity from WPO. Projection. The sim size. This should be 4096 times 3. 12 something something something. Very good. Probably. And then in here, this is the water grid. Offset water pixels we don't care about. It's when we start to do the domain lerps. So this is saying scale by center. Right? So that should be this. This should be fine. Or is it divided by... Actually, does that change... Oh, you know what, actually? It doesn't actually change this. I need to... 384... 384... But that also needs to change in here. Now that's just saying override. Oh, set resolution? Set wave data resolution. 384 by 384. Right, that looks better. Looks correct-ish. Even if it is being set way too fucking hard. That looks okay. The reason it dies here is because this thing, right? Because that goes into the negative at that point. So that's fine. Yeah. Pardon me. I might just make this a bit steeper as well. Also, who's excited for some Prismatica stuff at some point in the future? Wouldn't that be crazy? Not you. So rude. So rude, and I'm gonna cry. Ubisoft quadruple air water. Yeah, I mean, at the moment it fucking is. At the moment it's fucked. It's fine. I just. So I think this velocity is working. Although one weird thing, this one weird trick, it doesn't seem like it doesn't want delta. Oh, I guess because we're setting. I don't know. Okay, then we project waves. Yeah, okay, so now that we can get the velocity from the WPO, the initial WPO, then we get that velocity and displace it by the XY WPO so that it's in the correct place relative to the height map. I'm excited to, like, do some more, like, some more open Prismatica. The Open Prismatica project. Like some open sourcing, crowding sourcing. Source crowding? Yeah, I kind of want to build Prismatica as like almost like a sub-engine within Unreal. Or I guess like a framework for like for gigantic simulation games. You know? I feel like I'm supposed to divide this first and then offset it. Screw Havoc again. I mean, honestly. Okay, is that more correct now? Aside from the spastication. It looks... Let me see if it lines up with these. How would I get the center here? I would need to... Well, no, I'd only want to offset it by... How the fuck do you scale from the center? What's, Oh, fuck. Give me the math. Math it up. Yeah, sorry, I want to do like a kind of open source-ish, you know, like all pluginified, all in like a GitHub thing. Just to make it like, for like easier for, well, people to, you know, use and like to dog food my systems, but also to like contribute if they feel like it. And I can also imagine, like, I don't know, if people are like really interested in the game and development, etc., they could kind of have little like mini projects within the game development or within the framework development, you know? Yes. Yeah, post away, Amethyst. You're a moderator. You have the power. Although, I mean, anyone can post links in the Twitch chat. Yeah, I mean, I think the one thing about game development is, like, there's so many resources about, like, here's a specific system in this limited, specific context, and whatever. But let me open that up. Where does it save to? Oh, opening browser. But yeah, like, there's never any examples of, like, a fully functioning game where you can see how, like, everything kind of works together. It looks different from when... Maybe it's just like the AAA, anti-aliasing. It looks like real life, basically. It does look a little... It looks a bit brighter than before, than last time I saw it. Yeah. I think we could turn the window refraction down a little bit again. I think the window refraction is more something that you'll only really notice with, like, movement. With camera movement. Or with colors. Do you mean just, like, color grading? Oh, there's two of them. Wait, which one did I open? I know, this is the second one. Yeah. The lights. Yeah. The second one for sure. Yeah. Yeah, this is second one. I think this is a little bit too bright, and the screen kind of blows out a little bit. Because you got to, like, fake HDR in games. Nice chair though. That little reflection. Ooh. And the light coming from the monitor. Tell me how shit it is. Wow. Give me attention much? Self-deprecation much? Anyway, my water fucking sucks! Ugh, why does my water suck so bad? Actually, though, why is my... 3. So wait. This is the guy. I'm here. And I want to... I know what you mean. I'm only joking. Alright, this is 0, 0. But I want the texture to be over here. And this big. Well, sorry, no. This big. Wait, should I be... subtracting 1? And divide... let's divide by... O to 1. No, I want to multiply it, don't I? It's like multiply it by 3. And then add 1. Is that right? Also, Amethyst, you can chuck it in the... You can put it like on Imgur or something and chuck it in the chat. Okay, that's not right. No, I think it is this. I think that's correct. Yeah. So that's like here-ish. See that little dickle-shaped one. Alrighty, what the fuck is up? It's so sad that Steve Jobs died of ligma. Who the hell is Steve Jobs? Ligma balls. Never gets old. What the fuck is up? Epic decided Z is up or Y is up. No! Oh, fuck. Stop changing everything, you fuck. Damn, sweetie. You were the chosen one, Tim Sweeney. Why you do this to us? You were supposed to help the indie developers. Not throw them into darkness, you fuck. This was equal as was RGBA. RBGA. Yeah, it's like, I don't know. Well, I mean, is that... I don't know, it's just stupid. Like, here's the thing, right? And this will be totally fucked up, but it's like, oh yeah, I want to make something tile in world space. So it's like, oh yeah, X and Y. X and Y, U and V. X, Y, X, Y, U, V. Like, no conversions needed. It just tiles in world space. But then it's like, okay, well, now if we're looking at textures, UV, I don't know, the implication is that textures naturally sit up vertical like a fucking platformer, you know? Like, yeah, okay, I get it. Like, games used to be 2D. But, I don't know. We're making 3D games where the main plane of traversal is X and Y. And, like, Z is up. Z's always up. It's the third dimension. Like every single game in the past 20 years, the main plane of movement is X and Y. Z is like completely auxiliary. Z is the third dimension, the up and down, which functionally doesn't matter most of the time. Like, the games that we're playing are a 3D-ized version of a top-down game. You know what I mean? Like, you know, Call of Duty, you're moving around the map like this. And you're going pew, pew, pew. You know? You're not moving across the map like this in fucking ZY. And then, like, the back and forth is an afterthought, like fucking Lion King for Sega Mega Drive or whatever. I don't fucking know. Oh, it's so dumb! Ugh! Just keep it how it is. Just, like, don't fuck with it. Just, okay, here's what they should do, right? Just give some, like, global options to be able to change the axes to be whatever the fuck you want. So anytime that it mentions the Z-axis, you can just set it to say Y-axis. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, it's a 3D engine. Z should be up. And then maybe Y should be inverted, but I don't know. Don't change anything, we're too autistic. Exactly. My, like, gig autism can't handle it. Anyway, what the fuck am I doing? Bro. Okay, this looks decent. This looks decent nuts. Make it so Z's down instead of up. Now that is a very hot take. Not sure if I agree with that one. Alright, so now we've got our water doing water things, right? Looking like water. Waves doing wave shit. Whatever, whatever, whatever. Smooching up onto the shore. Cool. You can interact with it. Very cool. Now we just need to make it not suck complete and utter butthole. Because this sim assist is too... Well, no, I guess, like, it does, technically, you know. It should look more like this. Actually, you know what? X and Y are length and width in anything 2D. In 3D, you need height as well. You don't measure height sideways, so that only leaves it to up. Yeah. Yeah. Or like, you know, in like GPS coordinates. It's like an XY coordinate. And then Z is like the, you know, orbital distance, I guess. Not really, but... I don't know. It's just dumb. It makes me want to cry. It makes me want to die. It makes me want to fly. Y being vertical? I mean, kind of, yeah. But you can also look at a graph as, like, being a top-down view of stuff. But yeah, I get what you mean. But it's also dumb. But I mean, I guess, like, when you're looking at a graph and you're looking at, like, curves and stuff, it's like you're looking at a mountain from a side profile. You know? So, like, for platformer games, yeah, it makes sense. But W is time. Maybe? Maybe not? I don't know. Alright, let's get these waves looking more like this. Because this is just not... This ain't it. This ain't it, son. Y is upward on a blackboard, whiteboard in school. Y is it's right. Yeah, but for a UI, it's like texture coordinate is yeah, X and Y. But in 3D, you know, for like gameplay reasons, XY is like the location in the game world, and then Z, you know, is like the elevation. Because the elevation is the last thing that was introduced in games. Or, you know, in games that require traversal in X and Y. Anyway, I refuse to debate this any longer. I'm not participating in this. I will not be a part of this. I really should have frickin' like I really should have grouped all of these. Is that all of them? It is. It's crazy. Let's see. Attach to, move to, create a new folder. Or testo. Shoe testo, apparently. Testing shoes. Okay, so these waves are actually gonna... Well, that's weird. Is that only because I'm moving that... Yeah. Let's go here. This guy needs to chill a bit. Actually, you know what? We can bring this guy back. But yeah, on like a 2D surface, X, Y can be whatever. It's the only two available coordinates. But when we're talking about space, talking about real three-dimensional space, I'm a firm believer that Z is, well, depth, you know, elevation. What is this? Is that the... Like, what? Why is that happening? It's like a weird... Is that where it... No, that's not even... What? Did you start with Unreal Engine's 3D engine? You thought Z was most logical thing back in the 90s? I mean, yeah, probably. X is right, Y is right, Z is up. Yeah. I mean, depending on what way you're facing, X and Y can both be right. So why is that lerping down to 0? Son of a bitch. Where is it? Yes, I know that's doing weird shit, but I don't care. know. What the hell? Why are they crashing out? Yeah, it's like the wave is clipping through our Z height. How's the waves going? It's not too bad, Jet. Not too bad at all. I've got like the shore waves feeding into the simulation now, and they're doing, you know, they're doing watery shit. Let me just put a... Do I have any rocks? I guess I can just use cubes. Do I really want to use cubes as foliage? Fuck it. Align to normal, no. 0.1 to 0.6. 0.5. Scaling uniform. Oh, what the fuck? 0.1. 0.5. Relax. Z offset, negative 10 to positive. No, whatever. Align to normal, no. Average, normal. Oh, that's nice. I didn't realize I had that. Random yaw, yes. Random pitch angle, fucking 89 degrees. Ground slope angle, don't care. Height, whatever. Blah, blah, blah. Cast shadows, yes. No, collision doesn't fucking matter, whatever. Just give me the virtual texture. Land, height. Oh, virtual texture. Mix. Oh, I didn't realize that was a thing. We need more. Yeah. They're just going to draw it on top of the fucking water, though, aren't they? Ugh. No, what's the fucking Control Z? How can I... Oh, I can just say don't draw on static meshes. Yeah. Just landscape. Because this is a landscape, funnily. N is forward, E is right, W is left, F is backward, A is up, negative A is down. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Why don't they say, like, negative east? You know? Why is no one ever talking about why does west exist? Alright, nice cubes, bro. Wrong east, west. Yeah, okay, yeah, I buy it. I buy it. Okay, so I want to know what the hell's going wrong here. Something's happening. The WPO is going down into the negative. It's pushing the water level to the negatives, and so then it kind of shits itself. But I don't know why. Looks really good. Right? Oh, thanks, Scotty. Thank you, thank you. I wish it would look less weird. These waves should be way bigger. Like, these waves should look like this. But they don't. What have I got the steepness set to? I had the fucking steepness set to 0. Should look like that, even. Yeah, so I think aside from this part here, which I'll just have to add, like, a protection to, so that the water WPO will, like, clamp to, I guess, the landscape's height in its protection value. Ooh, that was a big push. Look at it getting stuck in here as well. Yeah, like this all needs some help. That looks so satisfying. Yeah, like if we put the height simulation assist up to like 5 or something really big, then yeah, like these will get really big and do wave things, aside from that weird shit. And then I guess even, yeah, if the velocity assistance was high enough, then we would get big wave do big wave thing. And then I guess the simulation dead zone. Well, the simulation dead zone should be like only 2 meters deep, I think. Actually, I think I define that in... Wait, where do I define the assistance zone? Do I define it in the... in the ocean? At the projection stage? Water wave simulation mask. Right, because we get the distance field. Well, we're querying the distance fields in here because we're going to use the distance fields for like particles in and out of our simulation. But I don't necessarily think we should be, because this is saying below anything deeper than 2 meters is fully assisted by the Gerstner waves or the whatever the fuck it is. But wait, what is going on here? Hold on. Is that... Oh, that's this doing fucked up stuff. Yeah, because this just goes zoom, and then it says, hey. That's just because our... Yeah, this is way too... Okay, hold on. Yeah, this is like touching. That should not be there. It should be like that. Even a bit further. It needs a fair bit of clearance, honestly. But yeah, either way, that shit shouldn't be happening. That's because of the negative. But yeah, anything below 2 meters shouldn't be Do I want to do an extra dead zone? So that means none of this is getting assistance. Maybe it is. Definitely is. Oh no, that's above the... Okay, so it should just be that. So then that... Right, and then we don't want anything. So that should say that, yes, all this is now... It's all banned. Well, except for these little fucked up bits here for some reason. Why would they not be... Right, no, okay, so I guess because it doesn't have a minimum depth. So we should say, like, it has to be at least 50 centimeters deep. Is that, yeah, there has to be some initial fall-off zone, just as a safety precaution. So yeah, now none of this is getting assisted. This obviously is, though, which is making it real fucked up. And then as we go deeper and deeper, then this is all, like, more hard lerped. Now, I don't really understand why these look like this. They almost look like backwards. As though the steepness is inverted. I might know why that is. Is that because I did this? That was it. Yeah. So now they're actually like wave-shaped-ish? Question mark. Yeah, so they're not bulging out now. They're tight. Yeah, there's still this fucked up bit here, which is just because WPO pushing it down. You remember I was using enough named algorithms that if you wrote up a little white paper on this water and why it looks better than other video games optimized water, you could probably get a computer science PhD. I feel like the community really likes hearing these named algorithms. Moses waves? True. I'd call it, prismatic hybrid simulation assisted Gerstner FFT hybrid local algorithm. I don't know how much dick sucking I can put in one sentence. But yeah, I'm sure they'd eat it up. Oh. the shore waves are all good. Wave velocity from WPO is good also. Although this is dubious because it's like, is it really supposed to not be multiplied by delta time? Because like it is moving from here to there. So like, should it be delta timeified? You know? It should be. I guess because I'm lerping towards it though, maybe it doesn't have to be. I don't know. I don't really know anything. I just wing it until it works. Pardon me. Yeah, so why is this happening? Well, it's because the water goes negative. When water goes negative, it gets frictionalized big time. When we project the waves, we want to... Well, here I'm saying, here's the water RVT height plus the WPO. This gives us our true water height. But I should probably clamp the true water height to be... Or like the min, it should be minned here. So this here is our like depth exclusion mask. Yeah. Which I don't really know if I want a depth exclusion mask because well, no, that's for the simulation mask, yeah. But then, should I just let the velocity and stuff continue on? And so then this is saying water RVT height, A. B is the real thingo. A is at a depth. So at when it is deep, then use the real stuff. When it is not deep, use the water RVT height as its height. So that will just be like, oh yeah, like it should be this height. Makes sense? Maybe. But then the... I fucking love this track. I'm gonna pump it and start it again. Maybe I should play RuneScape again. No. No sneezes. Unless... No. Well, okay, the sim assist should be done in Thingo space. And it should just feed in some of this as So it's RVT minus landscape. RVT minus landscape. Another banger. Landscape. So this guy minus landscape gives us our simulation assistance mask. What do I actually call that? It's in here because I'm grabbing it from here. But I actually don't want it. Oh, I don't actually save it anyway. Although I guess the simulation assist mask is just landscape height. Can I get the water RVT height anywhere? That's also messy. How's the has Twitch been cutting out any more than that first time, Amethyst, or anyone keeping track of how terrible the stream is? Wave simulation mask, and you're just getting put into Bennis for debugging. You're also just going into here, which also has power. Technically, the static domain data, water RVT height, water landscape height, I guess because I'm going to be doing tides, which need to be dynamic so we don't reset the RVT, I'll need to calculate the assistance mask per cycle. So that will be float, water, RVT height? What the fuck is it called? Water RVT height. UE5 have a performance graph like milliseconds per node / function. Yes. Yeah, it does. It's called Unreal Insights. And it's actually, like, yeah, it traces the entire CPU and GPU stuff. So yeah, you can see specifically which actors are juicing the hardest, and then also what functions within those actors are juicing the hardest, and so on. I'm gonna move you down. But yeah, super handy, super good stuff to know. It is pretty good. Yeah, it's like it's actually one of the better things. I swear all I do these days is just like talk shit about Unreal. And I never really have much like positive things to say. But the Unreal Insights tool is actually like really solid. Every program is talking shit about the tools they use. Yeah, look, it's... I don't know, it's just it's frustrating because there's like two sides to it, right? There's like, I'm grateful that these tools exist in the first place and I don't have to like fuck around with them too much. But then at the same time, why the fuck didn't they make them in this specific way, the way that I would have done it if I had a brain and could do that kind of shit, you know? Or like, why can't it do this? And why does it do it this way? It's like, it's a, It's like when people talk about, like, Unreal Engine so bloated. I kind of get it. Like, having an empty slate can be nicer, but at the same time, you then have to populate that empty slate with, like, stupid shit. Like, I want to have, like, particles that get computed on the GPU. Now I have to, like, figure out everything, you know? But yeah, it's just, it's one of those things. Alright, RVT, did I? Yes, I did keep it. So RVT, water height, landscape height, this. So then this is our simulation assist mask, but using the engine makes them look like an alpha version. I mean, yeah. I've seen, like, footage of people using proprietary engines and stuff, and it just looks like fucking Windows 95 shit, you know? And not in a good way either. So that's a peak mask. Okay, that's okay. So then that's doing the proper offsets. Simulation assist mask. Plus, am I getting the distance fields? Yes. To be used later on. I don't even know if I end up using them in here or not. I guess I'm literally about to. Because we are going to calculate our thingo stuff in the thing with the stuff. Water waves projection. Distance fields. Distance to nearest surface. Blah, 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 blah. Alright, we've already, yeah, done that and normalized, got the direction. So now it is just a raw dog value. Then we want to zero out the Z and get the length of that. So that should be normalized. Normalized. Okay, yeah. So that's a distance of 500. Alright, now rewriting RHI pipeline, one of the plugins for Unreal. Greatly annoying that the plugin doesn't support specific rendering. Needs to, but I also didn't have to write all the linking to FFmpeg variant or the binding program handling that through a library. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it is like a double-edged sword in like everything you do in Unreal is like a double-edged sword like that. Like, yeah, there's so much stuff that is already handled by the engine, but at the same time, there's so much stuff that's already handled by the engine. And it's hard to, like, fuck around with that. Like something as simple as, oh, I want to create, like, I want to, like, strip out the bloom function from the post-process and put in, like, a custom bloom kernel and a bloom input channel. You know, like I want the materials to have an output called, like, bloom amount, right? That's just like a scalar value that gets fed into the post-process and just gets added to the bloom threshold so that it then, you know, for this rock, I want this rock, a mask of this rock to get fed in to the, you know, into the bloom pass. Then I want it to get blurred, and then I want it to take the high or screen it over whatever. But I don't want this to necessarily be like a million emissive, so it's like blinding white. I just want it to have like a soft glow to it without being super bright. But it's like, no, you're not allowed to do that. This isn't what. Hold on. Give me 1 second. It turned into nighttime in the. Wait, what the fuck's happening now? Oh, it shouldn't be. I think I've done it the wrong way around. I think this is being assisted, and this is being simulated. That's cursed. This should just go into there. Okay, so now this is all being assisted, but this is all being left to fully simulate. Which we can debug using... Where is it? Sheds in water. How do I do that? Okay, fade the edges out using RBT height for water. Okay, so if you've got the landscape height, you would just do landscape height minus... No. You would do the absolute world position Z minus the landscape height divided by however big you wanted the fall off to be. And then chuck that into a dither. If you wanted to dither it out. I don't actually need to do the dither. Like, you can't really tell where my water starts and ends. Oh, you kind of can, but... Yeah, like, there's no water here. This is all just the material stuff. Hmm. Wait, should this be inverse power? Let me. Where's is this going into Venice? Venice. Hello. Venice. Apply scratch, and then ready water render targets. Put Venice into the alpha of the velocity. Where's the velocity going? Oh, wicked. Velocity. So this is our simulation mask, which is looking kind of weird. I don't get why it is... Like, yeah, all of this should be assisted, but everything down here should be black. And it's not black. Oh, it's because I'm doing a max over max. It should be min. Drive, velocity, no. Waterways, projection. Main edge ellipse. That would be because this should be taking a smaller of the values. Or maybe it should be taking the one... Wait, hold on. Okay, that looks right, but is it... No. Not correct, not correct. Why go back to make water, by the way, making water sim is a dark place. Yeah, it's, I don't know why. I just... I don't know. I'm just fucking dumb. I'm just dumb as fuck. Sorry, length would have to be 1 minus. Then min. Okay, so now this is all simulation assisted. Everything on the shore isn't simulation assisted. Very good. And that's way cleaner doing it in here. In the dude shader. So this should be, yeah, that's way better. Way better. Although the distance field bit is a bit fucked up, but like, what can you do about it? It shouldn't really matter that this is like a bit fucky looking, because it should be lerping, you know, over time enough that that doesn't really matter. what the devil is going on? You don't want to know, Chris. You don't want to know. Run while you can. Another banger. What is it with the RuneScape soundtrack and just being like banger after banger, you know? Okay, cool. Is that too... No, that's fine, because that should carry over into it. Where's Big Disco? That should be sloshing off of him. Can I just put this back into it? What's the, Are there any that I'm not actually using? I could use B. What's B in the velocity render target? That's the WPO, which I do need. That's velocity, velocity, WPO. A is the foam. I could probably use... So that's normals. A is the water height. B is the water wetness. So I think I'll use B in the main channel for debugging. Yeah, B. Yeah, cool. Yeah, so you can't really tell that the simulation starts here. Or stops being assisted there. So CPU? No, this is all GPU. No CPU. CPU's banned. can't make this run at 120 FPS on a CPU. The inputs are determined on the CPU. So, like, these shapes are, like, calculated on the CPU, but then they're sent to the GPU as just a list of positions and stuff. Real line graphs into GPU, CUDA right? Yes. Yeah. Well, yeah, just the inputs here. They get just the start and end positions of these capsules get sent to just an array. But then that array gets drawn using this math, which just does like a capsule. Basically, we draw soft, like, capsules with fall off in a shader, in the shader, and then compare that to the height texture. So we have a height texture, or a height, basically a height reference for, like, the landscape, which gets, again, used in this entire simulation, which is just done, you know, by the runtime virtual texture system, which just, like, takes a scene capture of, you know, the landscape and whatever we're inputting into it, but then just holds that in, like, a cached texture, so it's not capturing every frame or anything. And then, yeah, we just compare the capsules to that height value or the water height value, because we do the same thing for the water. And that's not like the water during simulation, it's just the water's reference plane. So the water is just meshes, which are at this height. And so that's what gets drawn to the RVT, because RVTs aren't supposed to be, like, drawn over and over. They're supposed to be kind of like one and done things. So yeah, we always have those things on hand, and then we just, yeah, compare each capsule to the height data, see if it's intersecting. If it is intersecting, we draw interaction, and that interaction usually consists of a velocity. So we get the velocity of the start and end of the capsules, and that way, I mean, the bulk of this plugin is not actually to do with water. Water is kind of just like an additional free DLC for the plugin, but the majority of the plugin is about handling like foliage interaction and wind simulation and stuff like that. So yeah, I'm like moving through these bushes. It looks good. If I move through them fast, you know, they have a bit of jiggle. Like, while I'm not there, I can blow wind through them. The water's broken because obvious reasons. But yeah, like the whole plugin is about like faking interaction with stuff. So like this bush looks like it's like bone simulated. Right? Looks kind of like it's bone simulated to some degree. At least I think it is. You know, I can blow wind through it, looks cool, whatever. But then it's like, if this was bones, could we do this? You know, like, could we have this many of them? Probably not. So, yeah, the plugin is just about using... I wouldn't necessarily say... It's like if you had one bush, this would be way overkill. But if you have, like, a forest or a crop field, then this plugin makes sense. Because it's like, it's got a fixed cost performance. Like, if I do more wind, the frames don't change. The frames per second doesn't change. But it also goes for if there isn't any wind or interaction. So it's like fixed cost simulation bullshit using render targets, which the shaders just read as just a regular texture sample. So yeah, that's my little project thing. Current project? Current money-making project, to be specific. This is using the new water sim, and it actually does the ripples decently well. But technically the water can, like, overflow. Yeah, it makes plenty for what I need. But it's also very cheap. It's $35 US. So everyone can enjoy it. Just look up Prismatascape on the Fab store or Gumroad. And you can check it out. But yeah, the water is in like a massive... Should I go 0 to shade? Yeah, I mean, all of this stuff is good. All of the foliage stuff, that's all done. I was just giving the water system an overhaul. But then I kind of went a little bit, I don't know, I wouldn't say too far with it, but it's like it's turned into a whole fucking thing, you know? The price go up when you release the water update? I think so. I think it's already, I think I may be already underselling it, financially. So I think once the water... the water is in there and a bit more developed. It's like, well, you know, Fluid Ninja and Fluid Flux cost like $200 or $300. And I think considering how easy, like how user-friendly this is to set up, you know, it's just like, oh, I want water, so let's like... You know, like, oh, I want a pond. How do I make pond? Okay, just put water. Make water. Put water. Fucking, I don't know. Make sure it's in bounds or some shit. Like, I'm showing you right now how hard it is to set this up. Like, yeah, oh, I want a dam. I want a dam. And now we go over to the dam. This stupid fucking character. The stupid Z fighting. Can I, like, just go... No, go down. Oh my god, the character controller's so fucking busted. Okay, now we're going down. And now it is like, you know, wow, we have Simulated water doing simulated water things in this location. Although technically it's doing some funky stuff because it's not excluding the velocity thing. That's a... yeah. But then it's like, oh yeah, what if we just like... whoop? Yeet. Now it's all just going everywhere. Although obviously it isn't simulating on a mesh because there's no mesh here. This is just... this bit here is just, like, shader. Like, it's just fake water. Which from top-down perspective looks fine. Even from third person, it's not that bad for, like, shallow water. Shallow water stuff, like rain and whatever. Cheers, Witcher. But yeah, Unreal's tooting there like, oh, next gen 5.6 water. It's like, bro. That's not fucking next gen at all. That's like what they were doing in fucking Skyrim. And that's not even me throwing shade. That's just like literally what they've been doing in games for ages. You just bake an offline simulation to a flow map, and then it's good to go. Now move away and back in. Shut up, Crevea. I don't want to. You'll ruin the magic. To be fair, we won't be that zoomed out, but yeah. This is obviously not how it's intended to be used. Like doing a big overflow like this. For something like this, we would want to bake the simulation so that this could be our fallback state. So that from a distance, you know, we'd see it doing watery shit. But it would be static. And then as we move into it, then it would become dynamic, where like, you know, if we moved through this bit, it would actually interrupt and change the flow and all that kind of stuff. Or, you know, if I got that, where did I put that cube? Was that it? That was it. Yeah, if we like did something like this, then yeah, it would actually like change how it goes. You know, we could do the old water temple rising out of the water. You know. Yeah, still a lot of work to do. I don't know if I'll do the like proper the river baking stuff in the initial update. I think I'll just stick with like splines, like this kind of shit, where it's like, yeah, we've got a river, we draw the velocity or the base velocity of the river. And that's it, and just let it simulate in the zone. And obviously it'll still look rivery from a distance, because we'll be using that RVT to do the flow maps, and they'll all still blend together and whatever, but it's just when we get close that it becomes, like, way more detailed and cool looking. And it can, like, you know, creep up the edges and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, you can see where the simulation ends here. Oh my god, look, it flows into the ocean? That's crazy. Look at that blending. Oh my god, that's crazy. Another thing I've seen with the Unreal 5.6 water stuff is, like, it doesn't blend in at all. As a flood Isengard. Yeah, fuck, I don't know. I think the one downside of my system is that it isn't built to be flexible to do stuff like that. It's, like, built and optimized around, like, very specific usage. It's not like a framework like Fluid Ninja or Fluid Flux is. It's more of like a out-of-the-box, black box solution. Why are you... I think regarding water in 5.6 foliage was a big talking point. Yeah, no, they've got like a... I mean, it's pretty cool, like what they do have. It's essentially just like Fluid Flux, like what Fluid Flux has been doing for ages with their rivers, where you can run like a water flood simulation down a river, and then you can freeze that simulation and bake it into a mesh. So the river, like, you know, goes in all the right places, it has the correct depth, it bakes the velocities at that frozen point. I think it bakes it into a render target, which I don't like. I think it should bake it into vertex color of the generated mesh. Like, you know, you've got this completely unique, one-of-a-kind mesh that's got to be loaded and stored in memory. Why the fuck wouldn't you just put the velocity data in the vertex data? Like, doesn't make sense to me. So, yeah. That whole talk at Unreal convention talking about 5.6 water sim. About 5.6 water sim that Prismatic Dev has on his to-watch list. I'm confused. Water sim that Prismatic Dev has on his to-watch list. Which one? I'm confused. Do you mean like the shallow water? The one that Mr. Fluid Flux sent me? True that Unreal Engine's upside down where you're from? Yeah. But, I flip it back up the right way in the post-process just for streaming. but only in OBS. So to me, like, this is the top, this is the bottom of the screen. Would you do, like, fake buoyancy based on the shader? It would be a mix, my buoyancy. So the way buoyancy will work is within the simulated zone, we do asynchronous GPU callbacks, which you can do through Niagara. In the near sim zone, so around here, we use the same thing, but from this render target. And then outside of that range, we use CPU buoyancy, where it's just like, oh yeah, we know what the Gerstner waves are. You know, at any given time, what the height and velocity will be and whatever. And so we use that as a fallback. And we can also do that for the shore waves, because this RVT spline, we can just check if the thing querying buoyancy is in, you know, in the bounds of this spline. And then, because we know what the exact fall-off of this RVT spline is, we can then run the ocean Gerstner waves and the shoreline waves and figure out buoyancy along the shores as well. But yeah, the idea is that we want the truly simulated zone to be as small as possible, you know? So for my game, you can only, like, zoom in or zoom out this far. And the simulation will follow the camera around, so, like, if you're looking out further, the simulation will center itself, you know, between and whatever. For the sake of testing, I've allowed it to zoom out a bit further, so you can actually see the edge of the sim zone, just so I can check the blending. But then, outside of the sim zone, so to about here, I think I did it, yeah, it's like a 3-to-1. This will be doing these waves, which is the same logic as these waves. So, like, my reasoning is I calculate the Gerstner waves in this render target, because this render target is 384 by 384. So instead of calculating the Gerstner waves for however many fucking vertices this is, you know, like 10,000, or how many is this? It's a lot. It's a lot of verts. It'll just be calculated, yeah, like 384 by 384. And then each of the verts can, like, just read from this texture to do their WPO. And then... And so this will be, like, the more detailed version, like this. But then I think at a distance, so past that, like, simulated... and the other reason that I want to do this in a render target is so that we can spawn particles outside of the simulated zone as well. So, if we're standing here, and the simulated zone ends right here, but then there will be WPO waves, or the render target waves, happening over here, we still want them to be able to spawn splash particles and whatever. You know, same with, like, over here. We want to still spawn some particles so it doesn't look super dumb. So that's why I decided, like, okay, we have to run the wave function in a render target anyway to get, you know, the wave height and velocity at a given location to spawn the particles. So why don't we just offload the actual wave calculation to this render target, you know, anyway? And then we can just simplify the shit out of the waves outside of that point. So maybe we only run like 2 or 3 or 4 Gerstner waves in like, you know, super far away. And then we just blend between the 3 stages with a lerp. So I think that's what I want to do by the end of this stream, is actually have that blending implemented in... we'll probably just start a new water shader from scratch with some like nice debug visualization and whatever. Will this work with Nanite? Kind of. The water would. The water, like, WPO would work with Nanite and whatever. The only thing that doesn't work with Nanite is that Nanite can't draw to runtime virtual textures because they're just too fucking lazy to implement drawing the Nanite fallback mesh to RVTs. So we wouldn't be able to get the height data from Nanite meshes. I think the landscape can draw to RVTs if it's a Nanite landscape, because it has... I think it uses, like, the collision height and shit. But, yeah, like, meshes... Nanite meshes can't draw to the RVT for some reason. You could replace the RVT stuff with a scene capture, but even then, I don't know if a scene capture works with Nanite, because Nanite does it based on, like, occlusion. Like, it culls clusters that are occluded. So I don't know if a scene capture can just be like, hey, let's take a scene capture, you know, on a whim, just from a random event. Does it then have to, like, create an entirely different scene from that perspective with the Nanite culling and stuff? Does it have to... Do you know what I mean? Can anyone actually confirm if Nanite works with scene captures? Because, like, I presume that's why it can't draw to the RVT. Because RVTs use scene captures from above. And then, yeah, take a snapshot and then offload that to a texture. But if Nanite doesn't work with RVTs, I'm presuming it's because Nanite doesn't work with scene capture. Does that make any sense? Am I just tripping balls? Work on water, rendering simulation. How do you approach its impact to gameplay versus work requires to be done? Decide how much time you spend it or do it for challenge learning. Mostly for challenge and learning. Secondarily for that sweet, sweet money. Because I sell this as a plugin. And, you know, if I can do all the hard work and then someone just pays $40 and they can reap the benefits, then that's, like, you know, good for them. And then thirdly, like, yeah, I could definitely get away with a lot less in my game project. But, yeah. I'm just a little bit extra. Aurelian, hello, hello. I'm finally watching Aurelian live. Hell yeah, welcome in, welcome in. Will it be volume-based buoyancy? Olgadoko, you turned into bouncy cars when I convert to C++ UE5. It will be volume... Yeah, it'll be volume buoyancy. Oh, actually... Fuck, it might... It honestly might just be running all the time, the buoyancy. It kind of depends, right? Because, like, let's say it's, like, it's raining. And, oh, you know, I can even just do it here. Let's say it's raining. I'll click the rain button. Where's handle rain stuff? Handle rain stuff. Let's make it, like, really fucking heavy rain. Where's the ready water RTs? You're gonna go back into the bees. Is that all? That is all wetting now. Okay. So yeah, imagine it's like raining. None of this water here is like predefined. This is all just running, you know, naturally. And so, you know, this water doesn't have a bounding box like the ocean does. Because, like, in the ocean, we can be like, oh, yeah, we've placed down ocean meshes. Now let's make a volume. And then when we enter the volume, we turn on our buoyancy component. And then we start running the calculations and shit, you know, to do the buoyancy. But for this, if we wanted the water rain runoff to be affecting, like, I don't know, you throw an apple and then you want the apple to fucking float down this little impromptu river, then it would need to have, like, buoyancy on all the time. Or it would need to be sensing water velocity and depth. Although I've intentionally capped the rain to only go up to 5 units deep, or maybe 10 units deep. So... it's hard to know. I guess you wouldn't need actual buoyancy in here, and I guess it would, like, a character isn't going to be swept away by the fucking rainwater, you know? We might do it when they, like, take a step and we want to know whether to spawn particles or not. And that would just, again, be doing asynchronous GPU callback. Where's the material for that? I want to change it. Looks like marble. I probably shouldn't let it go over 0.1. That's a bit fucking nuts. A bit knuck and farts, you know. I just love how it uses the texture height map to do, like, some of the routing and whatever. So cool. Possible to have the full recognition enabled, but not draw into the main puzzle. You could have an eye on RVT. Yeah, you could do that, but it doesn't do it automatically, which is, like, the main issue. Like, for, like, you know, for stuff like foliage, it's like, okay, like, how do you kind of handle that, you know? Where's rocky sand? I like that texture. Ooh, yeah. Now we're sanding. Sand D's. So yeah, I think this is like... This is one of the coolest things about this water system. Is that we can just be like, oh yeah, we've got like rain flowing down and we can actually like interact with that water. It's kind of pretty, huh? Can I even get up there? Change the color. Yeah, that's part of the, there's a little... Oh. Character can see just needs to reflect on the water flow. Well, actually, the wind simulation actually will affect the water. So if there's, like, an explosion or something, it'll, like, push all this shallow water around. Same with, like, in the ocean and whatnot. Like, a big explosion will actually move the water. But yeah, I can make the water, like, opaque. You know, like sludge. Or, like, blood. Obviously, this is just, like, a global setting, not like a... Oh, what's it called? Ocean has motion caused by an explosion. Yeah. That's right. Anyway, I'm gonna go pee. BRB. Hello. Wow, look, the water looks so great. It's just fucking nighttime. You know what I should do? Fuck it. Doesn't matter. Right. Where are we? This this is what happens when you limit the water depth to 5 or 10 or whatever it is. The ocean just like, you know. We're Mosesing. Yeah, any Mosies in the chat? Any Moseses? Any Mosai? Any Mosaic? Alright, let's stop blaspheming and get back to work. So. Finish your weather sim? No, not finished. I just put it on hold because it was getting a bit crazy, you know? It was getting a bit fucking crazy. Look at that. That's crazy. Just not good to see you doing these streams. Thank you. I'm always streaming. I never stop. I have a problem. I have a problem. Alright, let's build a new shader. And we're going to call this one the P-scape Giga Water. P-scape Giga Water. Okay, so let's... And yes, it is actually going to be a what's it called? Like a Giga shader. Because... What the hell is it? Giga Water, Giga Water, Giga Water. There it is. Bam. Yeah. Is Realize still a thing? Yes. Yeah, it is. It is still very much a thing, but we're just working on plugin stuff at the moment. Just because, you know, I like to make lots of promises. And, you know, I keep my promises. Plus, I just think the plugin could do with a bit of a spruce up. You know, I'll go a bit further out. Bit of a spruce up before I, like, put it on the back burner. Like, semi-permanently. Before it goes on life support, you know? Not to be confused with live support. As in, like, it won't be getting any more content updates. This is the final Prismatiscape content update. TM. Why didn't I just change the fucking shader of these ones? For the... Such a fucking idiot. Stupid. You stupid. Alright, let's just get these ones. You know, I'll just do these for now so we can compare them to the old one. It's missing there. Yeah, whatever. Giga Water. And I'll just chuck these in here, whatever. Don't care. So fucked. Alright. Giga water shader time. You know what? Have an extra tile. Why not? And you know what? You can... Oh, fuck. What if we do this? You know, just to make it look less stupid. And more stupid at the same time. Beautiful. Oakley, Mick, Dokley. How the fuck does this work? So the basis of it is we have the water. Sample water. Now this sample water, water ZWPO, water wetness mask, water depth, water velocity, water foam, water normals. I should probably do the... Because this is like the simulated stuff. So this will probably be nested inside another function. So it will go this one here, which does have the water normals of the simulation truly. So then we need to go sample UVs. We need to go add negative 0.5. Oh. Now, I think doing a circular fall-off between this and the other one is a decent idea. I don't like circular fall-off, but... Circular fall-off just feels like such a waste, because we're using, like, a square texture. But it's like, oh yeah, let's just waste, like, fucking heaps. I wonder if I could write a custom Niagara, what's it called? Data interface. Iteration source, data interface, the you know, the grid. But I wonder if I could only iterate over the pixels in, like, a circular, like, not do the corners. Do you know what I mean? Because, like, I don't want to fucking iterate over all these if I'm just, like, doing a cycle. I don't know. It's probably a dumb optimization. Alright, so 0.5, subtract this, get the length. Well, actually, that... yeah, I could get the length. Multiply by 2. Then... get index to a circular mask. Well, if I'm comparing the index to a circular mask, I still have to iterate over that index. Because you can't really do branching nicely. I was thinking, like, you could still iterate, you know, index 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, blah, 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 but it would remap that index to its true, like, its circular index. That doesn't make any sense, does it? Alright, so here's our man. Here's our UV sample. So this is our simulation range. This tile here. We want to get this. So that is 1 over there. We then want a 1 minus that. Well, actually, we want to saturate. 1. Do we have to saturate now? Will that leave bits? No, okay. See, that's a soft fall off. So then we want to multiply it by 2 again. Yeah, so now we have 100% here, and then a soft fall off to the other bit. Is that enough for my stuff? It's not terrible. Yeah, maybe we'll go 4. Yeah, the return is pretty far. Yeah, that's true, that's true. I was thinking just do, just like, yeah, have some kind of redirector. So like it still iterates from 0 to whatever the maximum thing is. But then the conversion of one-dimensional array to two-dimensional array is just, has a bit of extra math in between, so that 0 would start, let's say this is our texture, 0 would actually correspond to this, and then 1 would be across there, and then the next row would be slightly bigger, and then it would be like, you know, circular from top left to bottom right. And that way, if that was all consistent, you could be like, this index, get me the sample above it, and it would, you know, it would still all work. Although, no, I guess the actual spatial coordinates would be the exact same. So if I said, oh, get me this one, and get me the pixel above it, nothing would have to change. It's only for the actual iteration over the pixels. Or the cells. Alright, I think we'll do 4. And saturate. So this is our dude zone. So simulation size world space, this would be times 3 for the big wave render target. I think it also just uses the water location. So this one here is, let's do another, well, I guess we'd just do the same logic, right? So it has a hard bit in the middle, and then, so this should just be out to here. Yeah. Perfectly. What the fuck? Oh, that's the fallback ocean shit, yeah. So this is how big our detailed deterministic wave function is going to be. High detail with particles. So this is where we would get wave particles happening as well. Which, like, that's pretty far. I think that's pretty good. I could also do pretty easily in this range, like a wetness mask. Like a dynamic wetness mask. So if the waves were like, I'd essentially just take what is the highest WPO point, and max it every frame, and then let it fade out unless more water goes over it. So that means that, like, if a wave crashes onto here, it'll be wet here, and then it will slurp down or dry out, I guess. Because, yeah, at a distance, you'd probably still be able to see that. I mean, there's a pretty bad example because the fucking... Yeah. Yeah, yeah. And, I mean, I do have spare channels. I think I might need 2 render targets for the waves. Because I've got B for the height, RG for the velocity. That's all we really need for the particles. Oh, then I have a particle mask, which is where do we spawn all the particles and shit. So, yeah. So essentially, this will just be 2 lerps. This one goes into there. Let's do like a little range debugger. So we will have the blue, the cyan range, maybe a bit less than that. Yeah. Then we'll have the orange range. Whatever, yeah. And then we will have the other one. I guess the magenta. Or should it be this? Yeah. Yeah. So you go into there. So this is our fallback. Then this is our deterministic RT wave shit. And then this is our mega simulated quadruple A water. So this is our ranges. So this is all fully simulated water in the pink. Then this is all the render targeted / particled waves. Fully, you know, all Gerstner waves, all FFT, whatever. And then out here is just whatever the fuck we want. You know what I mean? Napiox, hello. How are you doing? How are you doing? Also, my internet seems to be so much better today, even though I'm only streaming at 2 kilobit. How's the stream quality for everyone? Like, just in general. Is it decent? Decent nuts? I'm doing pretty good, Napiox. I had a pretty chill day. How to get the RVT water height to act like distance near its surface? You won't need the water height. You'll need the landscape height. You know what? I'll do your demo, Crafted. Runtime virtual texture. Let's get the interaction land height. So that's what this is printing. And then if we get the world height, we get world pos Z. I think it's this way around. And then we smack that into the... We'll go base color. So now we should be getting black where there's no water and white where there is water. And then if I divide this by 100, then it will give us a gradient of 100 units. So this is now saying where it is fully white, that means that the depth is greater than 1 meter. And then where it is black, it means that that's depth of 0. And so then you could use the black value to do some dithering. Opacity mask and mask and so simple. Yeah, it's that easy. Now we have some dithered fall off. Obviously, you wouldn't want it to be that extreme. You'd probably want to go like 10 units. Just to like really, you know, just blend them edges. It's fucking nighttime. But yeah, now it's like blended. Although mine, because I draw my my height textures to the RVT, I get a bit of extra detail for free, I guess. Just trying to learn UE5, but it's a bit confusing. It can be at first, yeah. It's definitely... It's hard to know where to start when you're learning an engine, or even just like game dev or programming in general. It's like very... It just seems so obscure. Like, what the hell is anyone... What does any of it even mean? Let's get height RVT stuff. Ah, okay. What's sticking it up? Oh, are these casting shadow? Oh, I guess because they're not single layer water yet. Yeah. Cast shadows. No shadows, please. Thank you. Oh wait, am I in fucking... No shadow. No. How do I select all within? Select all descendants. You and all of your descendants shall not bear shadows. I don't personally know any... I just kind of, like, did it in bits and pieces from just, like, YouTube. I'd recommend Ryan Laley for just, like, some intro to Blueprint tutorials. Matt Wadstein has a really good, just, like, bite-sized, you know, what does this function do? What does this function do? All that kind of stuff, which I find really helpful. So yeah, in terms of code, that's where I'd go. If you want shader stuff, like how to make things look decent, there's a guy called Prismatica Dev that does a lot of like material and shader videos. That's pretty pog. Tomatoes. Yeah, that one. Mr. Tomatoes. This is... You know what I should do? Maybe I should do a, just a 3 lerp, just to make it fucking easier, instead of chaining lerps. And this would just be determinism. Maybe I'll call it the... yeah, what if I just did this one divided by 2, and then max. Wait, how would that... No. Add them together. Divide by 2. And then just chuck it into a 3 for 3 lerp. This doesn't do input. Vector 3. Fuck vector 3. Do I have my 4? Where is it? Lerp 3 lerp. 3 lerp 4 vec. That's a prismatic one, isn't it? Yeah. Oh. No, fuck it. I'll just do it like this. No, well... fuck. I mean, this would be, like, yeah, if I added these together, divided by 2, then this would just work. Hashtag it just works. And it's a single thing. Like a switch, you know? Oh, fuck off, you... Okay, that's why I don't want to do it. Because it means any kind of casting from types just isn't going to work. Now, how does this one work, I wonder? Let me just chuck this into the Whoopo. Whoopo up and down. Get rid of that. What the fuck have I done? Why is there water here, but not... Where the fuck is the... Oh, you know what it is? It's that I haven't... I haven't... Runtime virtual texture outputted it. That's what I need. Now it knows where the water height is. Okay, so this is all the simulated water shit. I might even just get world position, this guy, and just like, I don't know, multiply by some value. And add that to the, maybe like subtract 0.5 and like multiply it. Wait, no, it should be going up and down anyway, so I'll just add. Yeah, that's pos and neg. Why is that not... I'm getting the ZWPO and applying WPO, so why is it like so dumb looking? The fuck is all that shit coming from, huh? What? Hello? Where? It doesn't look like that. It looks smooth. Or does it? Kinda fucky. It's like it's getting... I mean, it's correct, but why is it like that? That's not the WPO. Oh, it's the fucking including material offset. You shitlord. Exclude that motherfucker. For the pixel depth pass. Obviously. God, you're so dumb. Okay, cool. So, we have this part here. This is all the simulated water. So then we need to blend that with our... whatever the fuck this is, water. I feel like this stores it in world space. Which is like... why do I do that? The B in world space? No, this is a... No, this is the... yeah, this is the height, the A value. But I can... I can get away with using 16-bit render targets and everything. But at the same time, like, it only takes up 1 megabyte. Anyway... Or 2 megabytes anyway. If it's a 32-bit. So maybe I could just store... I don't know, because I do something here, right? Sorry, I'll turn the music down a bit. I store, like, the player's or the simulation's Z value as a 32-bit thingo. And then when I write our simulated water height to the render target, I subtract the simulation Z, then it gets written as, you know, the fuck's, oh, that's what's that, as, you know, 16-bit whatever, and then I essentially, like, unpack it in the material, like this, after it gets read. Which, I don't know, like, I guess for a render target this small, 384 by 384, it's really not that... Like, yeah, a double... Okay, no, that still is... Yeah, that is 16-bit, but I guess it could be 32-bit. And it wouldn't really change much. And it's not like it's any more or less performant, you know? Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. Any 32-bit enjoyers? Technically, it would be a better simulation in 32-bit. Oh, fuck it. I'll just... You know what? Let's not... Where's SimZ? Let's not do that for a sec. And we will just... take you out of there. So it's just world position Z plus that. Well, actually, no. It would just be the WPO of the water. In theory. In theory. What the fuck is that? Do I still need to maybe subtract world position? Or should that be... Oh, it's the wrong fucking... Eh? Right, yeah, I'm just dumb as fuck. I'm just dumb as fuck. So yeah, I don't think it even needs... it should just be this in... Oh, sorry, this into there. So why do I need to do world position minus the WPO? Because that's not what WPO is. But I guess it does need to give us the... Now see, now it's fucky here. I think it's the wrong way around. Why do I need to subtract the Z value? Now it's fine. But why this? Shouldn't I just be able to say the ZWPO based on the water height? I mean, this obviously works. Well, okay, am I maybe just storing the... Fuck, it's so complex. Can you guys switch? Thank you. How are you getting the material waves and are you capturing an RT somehow? Yeah, I'm not capturing it, but I am essentially like recreating it in Niagara. So, yeah. So like this wave function here, I essentially run it in Niagara for this render target. And the main reason for that is because I want to use this to spawn particles when, like, the waves crash into, you know, the shoreline, or when they're too steep, or when they hit rocks or something. Yeah, same math, just in Niagara. But then what I've decided to do is, because I'm rendering the waves in this render target anyway, I'm just going to use the render target. So, like, instead of calculating, you know, fucking 16 Gerstner waves, if we're sitting right here, where there's the shore waves and the ocean waves, that's 16 Gerstners, plus sampling like an FFT flipbook. Pretty fucking expensive, you know? Especially, like, when we're dealing with however many, you know, verts and shit. So, my idea is, instead of doing all that super complex logic per vertex, I'm just going to do it per pixel in, like, a radius around the player here, and then we're just going to sample, you know, this texture, and that will determine the WPO here. And then further out, we'll still do, I don't know, maybe 2 Gerstner waves, like the 2 highest wavelength Gerstner waves at that distance. And you probably won't be able to tell a difference. Like, if I look... how far is that? From there to there. So from here. If I'm like this, looking at these waves over there into the distance. Do landscape height plugged in? Yeah, you'll need to have it plugged into the RVT output, but then you also need to assign the landscape to be drawing to the RVT. So runtime virtual texture, and then assign it to the height RVT in here. But yeah, if I grab these, and I go to, like, the Gerstner waves, and I just say, like, use the top This is the shore ones. I swear I already had... I guess this one's already... That's just one. This one here, I think, is just 4. For the ocean ones. But yeah, like, there's not really much of a difference. Aside from the overall amplitude being completely different. But, yeah. Like, it still looks pretty much, you know. From this angle, pretty much the same. Obviously, from really high up, kind of falls apart. But, yeah. That's all, like, settings that people can dick with. Yeah, still looks oceany. And there's also the FFT flipbook, which, you know, just it by itself, we can make look very oceany. So, yeah. It works. What? What was it? What was it, Crafted? I need to know so I don't make the same mistake. But yeah, there's this this P-scape flipbook interpolated for some waves. Which do some cool shit. So this is like macro FFT waves. Which I can make way bigger if I so choose. Go 30,000 or something. Well, into the mask pin. Ah, the old miss pin. The old pinner. But yeah, we've just got this flip book of ocean waves. That's probably a bit extreme. But these are like omnidirectional ocean waves. And they're like super cheap to sample. It's literally just like sample a texture or a flipbook texture. It's not very memory efficient. 20 megabytes, but like 20 megabytes for an ocean, yeah, whatever. So we can sample like multiple frequencies of this to like break up the ocean and whatnot. And then I think what we'll do is the lowest or the highest frequency FFT we'll actually put in the simulated zone on the ocean. And I guess if it's rain, if it's, you know, if it's windy on a lake or something, because then we kind of just like get extra detail for free that doesn't necessarily affect like the simulation, you know. Why is that skitzing so bad? Is that maybe... So yeah, that's kind of snapping. Maybe, okay, you know what, hold on. Is that because that's not 32-bit? Or is the simulation not 32-bit? Wait, no, that's not even in there. It's the velocity one that we carry out, which is now 32-bit. Wait, a regular float is 32-bit, isn't it? But a double is 64-bit, which is like large world coordinate shit. Maybe I should just do the simulation offset idea. So this is, where the fuck is it? Ready? Oh, ready the dudes. Simulation Z into the man. And then in our Giga Water, we do... That's not Giga... Oh no, it is Giga Water. What the... Oh, that was the... shit. In Giga Water, we do Simulation Z, subtract this, add the WPO. And you go into there. And that's way less snappy. Still a bit jittery? Why is this? It's less jittery though. It's whatever. Are these staying as 32-bit? 32-bit, 32-bit. That's a wind texture. 32-bit. I don't know. I don't fucking care. I mean, you're not going to see that shit anyway because of the water opacity. But that also means that I need to get the simulation Z into the ocean waves. Actually, is it any different though? It's not real. I guess as it gets bigger and bigger, like the worlds get taller and shit, it probably starts to get fucked up. So yeah, maybe I will use the simulation Z offset to preserve floating point or shit. Let's see. When I do this, water waves projection. Water wave velocity and height. The height value here so it does do that, Marcus. Or it should be doing that. I do that up here. Wave data resolution. Wave data, render target. Oh no, I've just got it set to inherit user parameters because otherwise it overrides the size. Or no, this one here. Override buffer format, float. But then this one here should be setting the bit depth properly. But I mean, all in all, it doesn't really matter. Maybe 32 bits fine. I just can't decide. Fuck. For such a small simulation size, it's probably okay. Oh, I know what that snapping is. It's because we have a really hard cutoff up here for whether the water actually like pushes up or pushes down. Which we don't really need if... Yeah. So you push it up by 5, push it down by 10. Depending on stuff. Pepto-Bismol. Fair. Okay, yeah, so now you can see it's going a bit better. Yeah, because I don't need that anymore because we have the water, like the material stuff, to handle all the water that is, you know, less than 10 depth. I could even do, like, you know, up to 2 units reveal and unreveal. Or more. Fucking 10 units. That would make it really smooth. So, like, only when the water's... Oh, I fucking disabled it for some reason. Fucking good. So, yeah, now it should be, like, pretty... You know, it should dip down a lot smoother without any, like, fuckery. Yeah. Well, actually, okay, now let's see how using the... Let's see how using the simulation Z offset works. So we go back into our gigawater. We don't do that, and we just do this one. Then how does that look? That looks fine now, so... but we're also only at... What's our Z level? Well, 7,000. So I don't know, maybe at like higher and higher values, it would kind of shit itself, you know? Oh, that's not gonna... The RVT... Well... But I mean, how fucking high are people's worlds gonna be above and below 0? Most people put their worlds above Z0, right? Or like around Z0. Unless they're like doing a fucking space game or some shit. In which case they're not doing this. Oh, fuck. So maybe I don't need the Z offset. It does just add complication. It also makes it harder to sample the height in a particle system. Be like, oh, how high is the water to spawn the particles? It's like, well, you've got to get the simulation Z from material parameter collection and then apply the offset and then apply the render target thingo to that, and that's you know, it's... You know what I mean? So maybe I'll just... fuck that out of there. The only other thing is that why... Right, it's giving us the absolute height of the water. Yeah, it's giving us absolute height, which means... Ooh, we are getting a little bit of fuckery here. But that's only because the RVT water is there. Yeah, that's fine. No, maybe this is why I... Because, like, even if there isn't water... Like, when there's no water, we don't want to see this stuff, right? But what's actually causing that to do that is that the RVT... Oh, sorry, the waters... we want the water to fall back to its own RVT height. Yo, Mydrong, how's it going? Welcome, readers. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How's it going? Hey, guys. What's going on? Today we're fucking... I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. How was the stream? What were you working on? Yo, did you raid on did you raid on YouTube? Did you do the YouTube raid? Because I turned it on. Have we just stuck with the spinning icon? Fuck. God damn. Well, hey, we tried. We tried. It's doing it? Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. I want to... Does it, like, notify or anything? Oh, wait, here it's... my drawing on their viewers just joined. Say hello. Hey, yo. My drawing viewers. Alright, yeah, it looks like it. Looks like it did it. That's crazy. We're exploring new ground, you know? We're really pushing the limits of the platform. Yeah, gotcha. We're currently... Fuck, did I get rid of that? I got rid of the SimZ, didn't I? P-scape? Fuck, what do I call it? Prismatiscape. There we go. Simulation Z. And it was this. Subtract... No, that subtract this. Add that. Yeah, so let's just see if that... No, it does it as well. So I guess that's just my problem for not making it revert to the RVT. Oh, actually, you know what? Maybe the... No, maybe it is fine. No, it's... Okay, right, this one here. This, that. Which is... Was that this? I'm so confused. Okay, you know what? Give me the fucking character. You go over here. Right where the water starts on the thing. Okay, no, it is working fine. It's just that I'm done. Mainly end the stream to make it instant rather than just stopping broadcast from OBS. Ah, right. Yeah, fair. How was the stream anyway? What were you working on? Ever since I've been watching your streams, I've just been, like, itching to get back into, like, game stuff instead of this... whatever the frick this is. This bollocks. Project other colors. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, I wanna make a game, you know? Like I just wanna make a fucking game already. I'm getting sick of this stupid. Who needs fucking money, you know? Like, I don't need money, I need game. I don't need like parallel marketing for my game project through YouTube. I just need to make a game. But yeah, currently I'm just starting to implement the bones of the Prismatiscape Gigawater shader, which is fully simulated water in here, deterministic render target waves in the yellow zone with particle spawning, and then fallback in the blue zone, like distant fallback, you know. I mean, you can't really fucking see shit. Maybe if you're up here, you'd be able to... Well, that would all be fallback then. But you'd still get the shore RVT, which looks pretty banging. Yeah. It's... yeah. A rock musician said... Someone said I look like, What's Nickelback? What's Nickelback, dude? Chad Kruger? Look at this photograph. Every time I do it makes me laugh. How did our eyes get so red? There's something, something, something stupid head. Michael Jackson with long hair. Are you... you know what? I'll... You know. I'll just leave it at that. But I think Michael Jackson was black. Or do you mean pre or post surgery, Michael? Yeah, what's wrong with Nickelback, huh? What do you got against Nickelback, huh? Alright, let's get this guy here. This is these ones thingo. So if we get the... I think it's the alpha channel. Alpha minus this. That will go into here. So everywhere else should be the deterministic waves. Which it does look like... That's actually sick as fuck. It actually matches up with the red zone. Obviously it stretches out because it's not... We're not lerping it with the deterministic mask. Bam. You go into there, you go into there. Okay, so red... fully simulated. You can see there's a bit of a drop-off in height because I haven't... What the fuck is that? Hello? Oh, that's like the big... That's just like vertex overlap shit. Ignore that, ignore that. That's dumb. That won't happen. At least it won't happen that badly. Let's just look over here for now. So... simulated waves in the red zone. Then the deterministic waves in the yellow zone, which are driving the simulation towards, you know, its state. And then the blue one is going to be a fallback in the shader, not in the other dude. I mean, that worked surprisingly well. Although I'm guessing when moving around, yeah, these ones are going to get a bit funky. Can I zoom out more? Or just, like, let me see over here. It's not too... Yeah, no, it is. Yeah, there's a bit of stuttering. Why is there stuttering on the yellow boys? Oh, excuse me. Because it doesn't move around in discrete steps. It's just piggybacking off of the water stuff. I think I'll ignore that for now. It's not the biggest issue. But yeah, I'm surprised by like how smooth that is, you know. It's decent. I can probably also do a little bit of like distance field fuckery for like the deterministic waves, just to like give them a bit more, you know, a bit of time distortion or whatever. It's also kind of weird that they break like that, but I guess that's because we are zeroing out the stuff under the... I mean, that doesn't look terrible. It kind of does look like it's breaking, but... yeah. We probably want to let it ride up a tiny bit further, although that doesn't help with this stuff. So then our fallback waves are going to be the totally fricky ones. Oh, I'm also gonna... Another reason that I want to do these waves like this is that we can compute the normals properly, so they can have smooth normals instead of using fucked up derived normals. But yeah, let's get our ocean waves. And ocean direction... let me get this guy. Ocean testicle. Just grab all this shit. Chuck it in the Giga. Final WPO into here. So the thing about this WPO is that it actually has back and forth WPO as well. That looks cursed. Wait, where's the shoreline stuff? Where's shoreline? Hello? Shore RVT input. You are the water data. What does it need to draw to water data? It doesn't need to draw anything, right? It shouldn't give a frickhole. And why does that... Hello? Why does that affect these? Oh, you're just... Okay, you know what? Let me just break. Mask. B. Chanel. You know what else I could do? Is, the really distant fallback ones. Because, like, I wanna do, like, a managed water system, right? That's, like, all tile-based. But swap out the materials on the tiles based on distance. So, like, at a distance, these tiles won't even be running any of the render target bullshit. They'll just be using, you know, the fallback logic. And then again, the ones that are really close to us, they don't even need to use the Gerstner wave material function, because, like, the Gerstner wave material function isn't even near there. And so the idea would to have like an ocean manager that checks your distance and then just periodically does distance check. You know, like when we move from a cell to another cell, we just shift, you know, we shift the tiles to the different group or the ones that changed. You know what I mean? Obviously with a little bit of extra leeway. That's like a future thing. I feel like this one here... is it the steepness settings that are different? Might be the steepness, actually. Because in shore waves... Escape, shore waves, ocean steepness 0.3. And in here it's whatever the deep one is. In ocean waves, the shore steepness is 0. Well, that's fucking dumb. That should be 0.3. They get very steep. I'll give them that. I don't know. Is that doubling up, or am I just tripping? I feel like these ones, Prismatiscape Shore Waves, amplitude multiplier only goes up by... Ah, is it the amplitude multiplier? I think I put it down to 1/4 higher towards the shore. I have a feeling. But that still doesn't... Does it match up? They do all match up quite nicely. Maybe it's in the fallback. That's not like a high enough resolution in the RVT. Would that be a thing? I don't think so. Oh, you know what it is? You know what it is? It's that I did a dot product in here. So I was dicking around with, like, you know, the ocean waves are going in this direction. So therefore the ones on the backside of the island shouldn't be as tall. But I don't think I... No, I unplugged it. Never mind. And that is 0.5. What the fuck? What's the discrepancy? I mean, I don't mind. Like, they're allowed to be fucked up, but... Eighty-five for length, exponential 2, ocean shore length. So that can be 0.5 plus 1. That'll just make them higher towards the shore. Cool shit. And then... That's exponent 2. 1 minus length, shore length. Yeah, that's all the same. I mean, it matches up. It looks fine. Like, I'm not that fussed. It's just that they're really fucking funky looking, you know? They're getting very big. Getting quite tall and thin. Is that it? Was the steepness just inverted? No, surely not. Kind of does look a bit. No, surely. Nah. Unless... Ocean waves. Single Gerstner. Down here, that is, yeah, -1. No, so that's fine. I don't fucking know. It's probably just something to do with the RVT sample being a bit shit at a distance. But then why do they get so steep? Sheesh. You know what I mean? They are getting very steep. It might just be because of the when I project them, we are projecting it based on simulation size world space, which maybe I didn't... No, I did set it to the correct thing. That's fine then. Because if this was like smaller number, then it would be squishing the waves together like a shit ton more. You know? But that should be times 3. Yeah. Yep. If I didn't do any projection and we just sampled it raw, then it would look like this. Like that almost looks like how it... No, because this has like circularity to it, right? Like the what the oh fuck, you know what it is? It's because I'm dumb as fuck. This one is supposed to have RGB WPO, but these ones are only supposed to have up and down. But what we were doing is being dumb as fuck, essentially. As usual. We were breaking it out here, you know? Right, so now these ones should be steeper, because they're allowed to Gerstnerize, and move in, like, circles and shit. Now they actually look like Gersty boys. But now, it should all match up a bit better. Right after I reapply the projectionating. Project. What the fuck? Where are you projecting? Waterway projection. Plug that back in. And then that should tighten up these ones again to match them. Yes. Because we have to assume that our height map, or like our wave height, has the WPO applied to it. Because we don't actually want to apply sideways WPO because we want our interactions to be in the right spot. Cool. Right, so we can probably chuck a switch in. Or maybe we do the flipbook stuff. But I think with the flipbook stuff, again, I think I want to do the macro flipbook stuff in here so that it can do particle shit. And then I guess, like, at a far distance, we don't even need the lowest flipbook. We can just do... Do you know what I mean? It's kind of confusing, because, like, this one and this one are going to share the lowest flipbook. Oh, fuck, I don't know. Shit's getting complex. I just need to keep a level head, you know? P-scape Gigawater. Let's get our flip book. The P-scape flipbook interpolated. UVs are going to be world position. I mean, if I'm doing the micro flipbook in here anyway, like... May as well fucking do it in the far ocean. Because it's not going to affect the... What's going on there? Oh, it's just a height difference. It's not going to affect the buoyancy at all. Yeah. Hey, Adam, how's it going? And then, you know, I'll just plug this into the BC for a second. Yeah, I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good. Thanks for asking. Where the fuck is the... It do be watering. Although I'm very confused why this isn't showing anything. Flipbook interpolated. It shouldn't need that to go in. Why is it grey? I can see the fucking texture. Oh, I'm fucking dumb. Right, it was tiling at 1 centimeter, not 1,000. That's better. Alright, now it's doing its thing. Now, I kind of do want a little bit of, like... like, whatever the WPO left-right is, I kind of want to... I don't know, maybe I could just get the velocity. And, like, add a tiny bit of that to the world position. But I don't know how that'll go. Or whether I should actually write the UV offsets to the waves, you know? Because, like, yeah, these waves are moving back and forth as well as up and down. Like these ones over here. These ones are... Well, if I wasn't dumb, this was doing excluding. Then this will be moving them, like, back and forth, you know? Like this, like in big circles. That's how waves work. But in our simulated zone, we don't actually do sideways WPO. Where the fuck is our zone start? Here. So we don't do sideways WPO, but we could... well, no, in here we couldn't simulate it. I mean, yeah, we can kind of do it using velocity. But then we get some kind of fucked up shit here. Okay, this looks like it's going sideways and that, yeah. You know what I mean? That also means that, like, doing this would fuck with it, which isn't the worst thing, honestly. So yeah, I don't know. We are making waves. That is correct. I could, like, multiply the velocity, but then clamp it so it doesn't go, like, giga-fucked. I have to clamp length. I can't be bothered. Just do, you know, 200 or something. Oh, actually, no. It might be better to use the normals to do the distortion. Simulation normals. Maybe not, though. Maybe not that extreme. It's not terrible. But again, it's not perfect either. I mean, like, yeah, it does do, like, the suckage and whatever. It's better than nothing. And yeah, that's out of range stuff. And then the in-range stuff. Well, in sim range, and then there's the in render target range. I don't know. Maybe I will just need to do a... No, but I can only do that for the deterministic, like the render target range. You know what I mean? Maybe it's a combination of the normals and the velocity, you know? There's just some real, yeah, like, fricked up bits here where, like, at the edges of the waves. But, like, yeah, it does push and pull decently. Yeah, anyway, so this flipbook thing, we would do something. Who knows what. Right, the flipbook. So this micro flipbook stuff, we would want to actually... Sorry, my... throat's a bit funky. We'd want to get this, we'd want to subtract 0.5. And then multiply it by some amount, who fucking knows what, maybe 10. maybe 10. And then add that everywhere. To all the WPOs. And actually, you know what? Probably multiply it by a 3-fer. And use the normals in RG to give it a tiny bit of sideways pizzazz, just for a bit of noise and shit. You know what I'm saying? Fuck you. Why is that not a... You know what? I'll just... Oh no, it's because this is a 4. Output 4. Hey, but does that mean that... Hold on. That's all I needed. The WPO is still a 3-vector, yeah. So now these little wavy bits are doing a bit of extra jiggle. They be jiggling. I could probably multiply that by a bigger number again. 100. That's like a meter. It's going to be very spiky. What about we Skull and Bones quality if it's quadruple A? Exactly. It's that's what I'm going for. So yeah, now these like little microwaves, haha. They are... Yeah, they don't affect the simulation. They're just there for a little bit of extra pizzazz. Although I would want to, well, chill them out a bit. But then... Also... filter them out based on the depth of the water, so we don't get them over here with like the running water and shit. So this would need to also be multiplied by our water depth divided by 10 saturated. So if water deeper than 10 units, which is where our surface water fucks off, then we win. You win the game. Haha, you lost the game. Har 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 har. So now we shouldn't see any... Well, we're not going to see any of the uppity downity. Actually, if this is doing 50 WPO, then this should be 50 as well. Yeah. And then we, for the normals and whatever, we would chill the normals out. So we would say this, that. So yeah, we'd get the water normals from the simulation, then we'd need the water normals from the deterministic wave function, and then we'd have the fallback normals, which would just be ddx, ddy shit. So we'd end up with something like this in our... Can we go to normal buffer? How do you, like, select normal buffer? I guess I'd have to look in here, but then I can't fuck with it. You know what? Let's just go this into this. So yeah, this water here shouldn't have... Divided by 50, saturate. Flipbook interpolator. Add. So this is just the regular water normals, like the simulation normals. So why are these ones getting so... I guess that's kind of deep. That's like a river thing. Yeah. This probably needs to run faster. Yeah. It's night time. Oh, this needs to run everywhere, though. Fuck. How do I want to do that out there, though? I guess we'd need to get the depth. This is already starting to get messy. I just want to... Giga Spaghetti. Yeah, we'd want to multiply this by the water depth exclusion. But probably not in... Well, we'd want to get the simulation mask, right? So, in simulation mask, we want this. But everywhere else, we just want this. So this will only apply that the depth exclusion within the simulation mask. But everywhere else, it'll just have free reign. Totally fine, yeah. Right, and then the normals are... Well, they need to be lerped and shit. Yeah, we don't really care that, like, oh, there's extra detail over there or some shit. It's like, so whatever. Why? What's killing my FPS? Shadow depths. Shadow... Oh, because these fucking point lights? Right, shadow casting point lights. No, these aren't receiving shadows, though. I think the velocity and normals kind of distorting it looks fine. Yeah. Where'd that come from? Oh, that's from like... It's like one of the big ocean tiles under the... this. It's like one of... Yeah, that's this one. That's funny as. What are you doing, brother? Also, why are you casting shadows? The fuck? Turn your fucking shadows off, mate. I guess I could disable that in material. That doesn't matter. So yeah, for the waves, also they're so fucking steep. Bro. Crazy. Yeah, right. What was I saying? Something about something. Who fucking knows? At least they mip nicely. Oh, how's it going? Yeah, it is water. At least that's what I like to tell myself. So yeah, if I just switched this back down to 4 waves deep, 4 waves shore. So shoreline. Here. Hoarding my FPS. Hell yeah. Gotta get all the FPS that you can. I'm not sure if that's what you meant, but... Alright, so now our fallback waves have only 4 things each. Which I can't tell the fucking difference, honestly. But yeah, our instruction count, super cheap. 660 vertex and 259 pixel. And then we just need this again. Well, no, so the flip book normal SSO Windows 98 aesthetic. True. Climbed to 50 on the Steam Deck. Hell yeah. Well done. So that, do that, that, there, that, there, that. Uh, 1449 pixel instructs on my stylized water. So I think the well, for one, this isn't single layer water yet. Single layer water has like some inherent costs. The other thing is that a lot of this water logic is offloaded to Niagara. So it's not like, it's not actually any, well, it's cheaper to render, but it's definitely not cheaper to compute. You know? Translucent? Well, yeah, maybe you just dicked something up then. Maybe something went wrong. I'm not 100% sure. CPU picking up GPU's slack. No, it's GPU picking up GPU's slack because it's a GPU simulation. So I'm moving the cost somewhere else, but with the benefit of it's fully interactive water, you know. Dealing to buoyancy, you got to get submerged volume somehow. Use a bunch of voxels, become too much voxels too quick. Do you mean for the you mean like on the object itself? I haven't. I've only ever thought of using pontoons, which doesn't really work for something like a boat that, you know, if you like put it on its side, it sinks. I mean, you could kind of simulate. Yeah, I'm personally just gonna be like, here's a boat. Here's a boat. Pontoon, 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 pontoon. Maybe some in the middle or some shit. I don't fucking know. And then obviously, you know, along like that. And then each of them just says, hey, I'm buoyant, you know, push me up, push me up. And then, so it's essentially voxels, but at points, rather than measuring, like, the area that's underneath. It's just measuring the point. How deep is this point under the thing? Then what I was thinking of doing, for something like a boat that can take on water, I was thinking, you know, if any of these top ones go below the water, then we say that it's taking on water, like it's waterlogged. So, and then lower the overall buoyancy of the boat, you know, which would work for like, I mean, it would work for big boat, and it would also work for small boat. Doesn't points that pushes up by fixed amounts if contacted by water. Yeah, essentially. Well, the amount that it gets pushed up increases the further under the water it is. But yeah, essentially just that. And probably do something like this boat has like an overall buoyancy value. And then, depending on how many pontoons there are, they all equate to that amount. So, like, buoyancy, total buoyancy divided by number of pontoons equals the force per, you know, depth. And yeah, I'd just be doing that on the as a GPU callback. In my case, at least. Whoa, look at this disco water. Pardon me. So yeah, I think for the macro thingo, the macro flipbook FFT waves, I think I will do them in the deterministic render target section. And they will actually influence the simulation as well, add a bit more pizzazz, but not the micro ones. But then at the furthest distance, I'll probably also do the flipbook in the shader. So, yeah. How about adding some bioluminescence of the character interaction in the water? You know what? I can do that right now. That's so easy. And actually, it won't be just the character. It'll be the, just any turbulent water. It's a little bit much. I'm a spaz. Okay, can this just, like, chill the fuck? Oh. Why did that set itself so high? Oh, I only did the blue value. Okay, now it should be a bit better. Whoa, look, it's like it's that thing that happens in that place. When the water does the thing. Why my water go up? Why me? That'll happen everywhere. It's kind of funky. Probably the wrong color. You know what? We could do, like, texture. The bubbles. I don't know, something like this. I don't fucking know. There's too much foam being generated anyway for this to look even halfway decent, you know. But yeah, you can totally do that. That would work. Once you've done the special, I need to look into probably misspelled. It's essentially just like you'd put sockets on your meshes for where they go. Or you could write a script that generates it based on, you know, voxel or something. Or the bounding box or some line traces, I guess. But... Or you could even do it like... you could alter the strength of the pontoon based on the proximity to other pontoons. So, like, for, like, a boat, you could, like... I don't know. I don't fucking know. But... something about Unreal Water. Adam, stuff is very cool. Do you sell anything on Marketplace Fab? I do. I sell the Prismatascape plugin, which is, well, what I'm working on right now. I'm working on the Big Water update. Hashtag Big Water. But it's like a foliage and wind and just general interaction, environment interaction plugin. But yeah, I'm currently doing a big water thing. Would you bid if you something like that? You would use... You would and could use, whatchamacall? Built-in physics. And you would just have a component or something that, you know, gets the depth in the water and then applies a force. So apply force on tick. This is done for all games, or do you recommend only overhead camera game like yours? It does work for all game types. The simulation range by default is 20 meters. So about this screen size that I'm looking at. You can see over here, stops working up in this corner. But it moves around with the camera. So for something like... oh, pardon me. For something, you know, third person or even first person, you know, it looks decent. It's definitely detailed enough. And it's also, when you're in third or first person, even though you can see further... You can only see at shallower angles. You know, so like you're rarely gonna actually see the bounds of the simulation if you're not doing, like, you know, a proper fade out and whatnot. When I saw Y was up and down, I understood you know, like, yeah, it's yeah. But I mean, you know, Unreal is moving to Y, vertical Y at some point, according to Tim Sweeney. The dog. Which, if they enforce that, it's just, I don't know. They're just fuckwits. Just like, don't change something that is already good. It was fine how it is. Where did my big post go? I agree, Will. I agree. Big time. Yeah, I think Z up is like the only thing that makes sense. In my opinion. In my professional opinion, because I'm a professional. Yo, Manny, how's it going? Manny, as a long time industry veteran, industry veterinarian, what's your opinion on the Z-axis? Z is up. There you go. You heard it here first. Well, yeah, okay. In camera space, Z is depth. But like, check this out. Ready? From top down, X, Y, and then Z is depth. It's like, okay, like, it makes fucking sense. My argument, and I will die on this hill, there are three coordinates in order, X, Y, Z, right? And I think in every modern video game that isn't a 2D platformer, the axis of play, the movement axis, is X, Y. Do you do geometry in math in school? X, Y, Z? Well, yeah, I feel like, you know, in video games, your axes of freedom are X and Y. And then Z is kind of like what makes it three-dimensional. In terms of gameplay. You know? Like most games, you could discard the Z-axis. There, and so like then it would just be an XY game. But like if Y is up and you discard Y, it's XZ. Like, oh yeah, my game takes place primarily in the X and Z axes. It's like, no, shut the fuck up. It takes place in the XY. Yeah, 2D side-scroller is kind of like the only thing where it really makes sense. As a word with a word line text are the same thing. World position is a coordinate. So world position returns, you know, if I click on this cube. Oh, hello, my girl. If I click on this cube and it's got this little doodah. And it is at location minus 38,000, positive 27,000, positive 7,100. Then absolute world position will return that value. World aligned texture uses world position to project textures in all three axes. And so yeah, that's how they differ. It's like fingers and thumbs. One of them uses world position, but world position itself doesn't do anything exciting. Although if you do want to just like top-down project a texture like I am here with these sandy rocks, you could just do oh, I'm already in there. World position XY. So usually when you plop down a texture, and I've got, you know, I don't know, my face, and I say, oh, RGB, base color. This will probably be a bad example because it's a landscape texture. Let's go over here, actually. Okay, if I put this in the base color, then you can see the UV coordinates, which are the default here. It's saying, oh yeah, 0 is up here, 1 is over here, or like 1 U is over here, 1 Y is over here, and 1 1, like both of them are down here, and that's how it knows where to put the texture. But we can just say, oh yeah, give me the world position, which is a 0 to 1, or it increases by 1 every centimeter. So we can put that into the UVs instead. And this will be tiling once every centimeter in world space. So if I zoom in really, really close here, down to like the centimeter scale, then you can see there's our texture. Every centimeter is a repeat of the texture. Obviously that looks like shit. So what we could do is divide world position by 1,000, which means that for every 1,000 centimeters, it'll be a 0 to 1 range. So we put that into the UVs. Then now our texture is going to be using the X and Y world coordinates, not the X and Z, by the way. X and Y. And for every 1,000 units, you know, X and Y, it will do a repeat of the texture. And so what you'll notice, like on the sides, it gets really stretched out because it doesn't care about the Z-axis. It's just like, from this top-down view, what should our doodad be? And so what the world-aligned texture thing does is it does an XY projection, then it does a whatever the other one is. I don't know, XZ. And then a YZ, probably. And so these ones will, like, project it from the side. So now you can see this is being projected from the side. And then the other side and whatever. And then it will use the world normal. The vertex normals. Oh. What's the fucking vertex normal world space? So it'll do vertex normals. And then it'll use that as a mask to blend between you know, the up, down, left, right, back, forward textures. And that's how World Align texture works. And now we know. Oh good, oh good. Teaching is my hobby. Or profession, I guess. I don't know. I don't know who the fuck I am. Who am I? Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh. Oh. My voice hurts. I think I'm gonna wrap it up soon. I think I'm gonna wrap it up right now. Let me just unfuck this Giga material real quick. Get rid of all the random bullshit. Well known as Shader Daddy. I don't know about that one. Shade Dade? I like that better. Shade Dade. Shader Data? Will the price of the plugin increase after adding water to it, or will it be a separate plugin? It will likely increase by $10 or $20. Just because reasons. It's already pretty cheap, you know. I think we could push it a bit. But I'll give everyone plenty of warning before it comes out, or before I put the price up. So if they wanted to get it at the original price, then they'll have plenty of opportunity to. Let's Oh good, oh good. Oh god, it's windy here. Maybe I should wrap up. In case a tree falls down and smacks me down. Smacking me dead. Rev those goods and waves around the shoreline somehow? I am, Manny. Good eye. I sure am. I'm using a RVT. Okay, why the fuck doesn't that update? Oh, because I'm in play. The construction script doesn't work. Yeah, so I'm doing it with an RVT. So it looks like this. Oh. Pardon me. I don't know how to get rid of this pinching. I think I need to figure out a better way to do the the spline thing, because like when it's this long, it just like collides with itself. Which doesn't matter too much in the actual scheme of things. But yeah, so basically this and then it just does another set of Gerstner waves using this as the gradient and direction. 2 SDFs on the gradients. I think I'd only need... Well, I mean, this is essentially like an SDF, right? Except this. This is not distance field, but... yeah, this is... Because this is a fixed distance from here to the end is always 20,000 units. I'm doing those regular customizers. Yeah. Well, yeah, for the most part, yeah. The shoreline has... I turn the gradient into like an exponential, so the waves get slower but thinner towards the shoreline. Which is just, you know, how waves tend to work. The medical duty, SAF for polygons or piecewise poly splines quite easily. They won't have any pinching. Yeah, that's what I need to do. That's something I need to do. And I will do. At some point. When I can be bothered. But yeah, so what happens, Manny, is there's like the RVT with the waves and shit, whatever. But then I also compute them. So this one's just like 4 Gerstner waves in the blue zone. But then I do 8 waves in the yellow zone. But instead of doing that in the shader, I do that in a render target because I want to use that render target to then spawn particles. So when waves hit, you know, a distance field or whatever, we spawn particles, big splashy boys. So that's at like a medium distance. We still spawn particles and whatever. And that's what this is. And so in the yellow zone, we use the render target here to do the world position offset. Whereas in the blue zone, we do it in the shader. But then in the red zone, which is where things get spicy, we use the yellow render target. So it's kind of like an optimization because I'm doing it in a render target anyway. So I'm like, okay, well, why don't I just like just sample the texture to do the wave WPO? And that way buoyancy is also really trivial because it's like, oh, I can just do an async GPU callback on this render target to get buoyancy values, you know, in the yellow zone, and then fall back to like a CPU based coarse buoyancy for the blue zone. But anyway, the red zone gets driven by the yellow zone, but the red zone's actually fully simulated with a little bit of like easing towards the yellow values. So these waves will actually like break around obstacles. And also like, you know, go up on the shore and do shoreline stuff. And dissipate around rocks and all that. It looks a bit stupid at the moment because I've got it all debug colors and whatnot. But then the idea is that that blends seamlessly with my shallow water. Like this water here, aside from the pink bits, is just like a 2D effect. Which makes it really easy to like not deal with like heaps of clipping and like geometry getting all fucked. And also means that, like, when it is raining, rain stuff. So when it's raining, I can still have water everywhere. Or flooding, I guess. It means I don't have to have, like, water geometry all over the level. So that's kind of the overall idea. And this is all interactive. And it also takes into account the texture of the stuff. So, like, if I swap this out for tiles, then we can see tile things. Go this one down. So now it's, like, flowing in the cracks of the tiles. So it's pretty quadruple A, you know? Then I just have to make it run well. But I've got plenty of ideas to optimize it. I mean, like, I get 100 FPS with it. Don't know if everyone would. But there's definitely some optimizations I can do. Like, currently I'm sampling the height data every update, but I really only need to sample the height data when I move a certain distance. And then I only need to sample that height data in, like, a very thin sliver on the edge of the texture. So that would be a big performance booster. Same with, like, the distance fields, if they're, like, static objects, which I probably have to do distance fields every frame. But then the other idea is to... Oh my god, it's so windy outside. The other idea is to flip-flop between doing the water simulation and the foliage deform / wind / surface deform simulations, because they're all quite cheaper than the water. But if I do one of them one frame and then the water the next frame, but interpolate between the render target results, like linear interpolate, so that would, like, halve the cost of the entire system. But then the other thing is that I saw in... I think it was in the 5.6... I was in that Witcher demo fucking thing they did at Unreal Fest or whatever. Or Summer Games Fest, I can't remember. But it said in the... they were doing all of their, like, Niagara and Lumen compute in parallel to the render pass. And that just got me thinking, like, is it possible to do Niagara GPU compute sim in parallel? Which would essentially, like, offload all of this to be done in parallel while rendering was happening. But I'd have to do it a frame behind. Which is fine, because it's like, who fucking cares about if it's a frame behind or not? But I mean, that's pretty advanced. So that would be like a... I don't know. That's the end game. That's the post game, in fact. What about strategies will use global illumination, anti-laser shadows, etc.? I just use no nanite, no lumen. Just all the traditional rendering stuff. Shadows, I use cascade shadows. So the you know, dynamic, movable light shadows. Anti-aliasing, I use dithered AA because I use it in, like, intentionally in some effects. And yeah, that's it. Just the cheapest chipses. So way to change distant field shadows intensity values somehow. Yeah, in the skylight. In the skylight, there is the DFAO. Skylight? Oh, mine's in my time manager. Skylight. Occlusion max distance, occlusion contrast, occlusion exponent, min occlusion. And then you can also combine it with the screen space ambient occlusion by multiplying them together, or to just take the lower value. Playing different colored liquids, for example, blood effect that dilutes the part of the rain. Yes. There's actually a separate simulation called the paint simulation. I'd thought about doing, like, just coloring the water. Like, the water would always have an RGBA value for different things, but it's kind of hard to advect values like that without, like, if you're doing semi-Lagrangian advection. Yeah, like, because colors are, like, if I take half a red value, then it turns into a darker red value, you know? Which means that over time, all of those color values would just turn back into clear water. Or, you know, tend towards 0. But I do have, like, a separate simulation, which doesn't have velocity. It's just like a friction, 100% friction, like, flow simulation. So it's a lot cheaper. And use that for blood, mud, paint. It can do lossless, like, RGBA transferal as masks. Oh, and as colors, actually, if they're all the same. Oh, can it? It could if it was you could normalize the color. I don't know. Or maybe the A value, the alpha value, would be the darkness. So you'd have to turn it into, like, a hue value saturation thing. I don't know. I don't know anything. But yeah, those will be able to dilute through puddles and travel along the water velocity. But it's kind of expensive. I mean, it's, you know, it's another full-scale simulation that isn't running all the time. Like, or like it is running all the time, regardless of whether there's any blood on the screen or not. So I'll put it in, I'll implement it, but I probably won't use it unless you're fighting, like, a fucking giga giant beast and you want it to be, like, spurting blood everywhere when you cut its head off. Then maybe I'd turn it on and do whatever. But I don't know, there must be nice ways to do that kind of stuff without having to, like, simulate. Because it's like a fixed cost simulation. Like, you know, it doesn't matter if it's not raining at all, or if it's, like, flooding, or if I'm in the ocean. Like, the water simulation costs the same amount to run. So that would be the same for every, like, you know, for every extra thing that I add, the cost just goes up. But it doesn't, like, you know, it's all, the cost always goes up. The static cost goes up. But there's no dynamic cost. So it's kind of a funny little thing. I might do, for like the blood splatters, I could do like miniaturized simulation zones. So like, oh, my character went bleh and spurt some blood out and spawn like a little render, like a tiny little render target space doing the blood surface simulation. Oh no, but then how do I render that? I could render it as a decal. You know? Yeah. This can form a full Megascans environment with lumen, light, and reflections at 60 FPS target. Yeah, no, this runs in VR. I've seen people using my plugin in like VR projects, so it's not that expensive. But yeah, it depends like how big you want the range to be. If you need the range to be bigger, you can make the range bigger, but the resolution will stay the same. But then you can, you know, you can increase the resolution, but that increases the cost. Or if you're fine with the range, so this being the range here, which I've just zoomed out really far to show. But you want more performance, you could just lower the resolution without changing the range, and you'd get more juice back. But yeah, nothing's stopping this from working with like mega scans and whatnot. Alright, I did say I was going to wrap up because my voice is very hoarse. I'm horsing. Yeah, it's, look, it's getting there. It's all sort of working. I need to do the flipbook in Niagara for the big Gerstner waves. Sorry, the big FFT waves. The macro FFTs. The other thing I need to figure out properly is masking all of this stuff, right? Because, like, if we're on a lake, the lake shouldn't really have, like, fucking ocean waves, you know? But it should still have a little bit of pizzazz, depending on the wind level. And, like, same with, like, rivers. A river might have a bit of zhuzh going on. But, you know, it depends on the wind level. But the what's it called? The river has a base velocity that needs to get imparted into the simulation. So, like, if I go over here... Why stream quality shit, holy molu? It's because I am Australian. But yeah, we look here in this river. Oh, there's no fucking... whatever. But you can see that this river is moving this way, even though it's a flat geometry. And that's because the river's drawing to the river RVT. Or the velocity input RVT. But, at the same time, the river thinks that it is ocean. You know, like this. So this is, like, not what I want, obviously. So I think I've still got the RGB channel in the water data, RVT. So I'll probably use that to do that kind of stuff. The other thing is I can probably use the velocity RVT as a mask for the river. Like, anywhere that there is water drawing to RVT, it should be a river. The alternative would be to define the ocean as, like, positive B, and then anything that is 0 doesn't get the ocean Gerstner waves. Or maybe I could use from, 0 to 1 in the B channel. That would multiply the strength of the Gerstner waves. So, if you had, like, an inland lake, these are, like, the wind Gerstner waves that blow in the wind direction. Maybe on a lake, you would want some directional waves like that. And you also would want some shoreline waves, around the center. But you'd want them to be way more chill than the ocean. Although, is that just something that the creator needs to handle by, like, there's a parameter for ocean wave intensity. Do they need to handle that by just, like, when you're near the lake, lower the wave intensity? But I guess you could technically have a big lake next to the ocean, and you might be able to see them both at once. In which case, maybe, yeah, like, the B channel should be ocean wave intensity. Or direct... Oh, I don't know what the fuck it is. And actually, that could be really handy, because then you could say, in this bit here, like, I could take the coastline and pinch it in over here. Right? So, like, the waves do... Okay, well, that's just fucked up now, but... whatever. The waves pinch in, but then... Or, like, I don't know. Let's say there was, like, a big point jutting out here, and I'd want this to be, like, a nice, calm bay. Then I could adjust the wave intensity in the bay using the B channel of the RVT. That's a pretty good idea. And then I've still got the R and the G channels to do some kind of masking for something. I don't know. But yeah. And then I think the Gerstner waves, sorry, not the Gerstner, the FFT flipbook waves, they're the same in every water body if it's windy, or if it's wavy. So that's a thing. Yeah. Yeah. Hello, girl cats. Yeah. Oh, you just knocked the camera. Yeah. Basiero, how's it going? Long time no see. Oh. Come on, girl. You wanna sit up here? Yeah. Come on. You come sit. Sit. Hmm. What a good cat. But anyway, thanks everyone for hanging out. I'm glad my stream didn't die too many times. It's actually a new record. I think it only died once, which is very surprising. Right, we're going to be raiding out. Who do we want to raid? Who do you guys want to raid? Any Unreal Engine programmers doing stuff? Where is software and game development? Thanks for the brain fluidization. No worries, Whispers. Thanks for watching. Let's see. Unreal Engine. Unreal Engine. Yeah, I think the water's coming along well. I'm gaining confidence in it. The only thing I'm a little bit like iffy about is just like the performance, or like doing the water manager. The water management where we turn off shader stuff on certain tiles and whatnot at like distance and shit. But I think if it's based on traversal, then it should be fine. Oh, you're so sweet. Sweet girl, sweet girl. Let's see. C++ performance. I don't think I'll really need it in this case. Because all I'll really be doing is just changing the material. Or, like, what will I be doing? No, I'll be creating and destroying instances. Actually, I don't know what the best way to do that would be. Maybe I could just be moving instances? Well, technically there would always be the same amount of tiles. So I guess... So yeah, I'd probably just be like swapping instance locations around. Not necessarily, no. Right, I'm trying to look for some Unreal people. We have a German? Tar is day, yeah, devlog day 7. Do we have any English? Should I just go in and be like gluten tag? Or is that racist? What does IRAD work in? It looks like Unity. Fuck. Why does no one use Unreal? By the time I start making the game, you'll finish your plugin, and I need good-looking ocean. Hell yeah! There's a few people that are kind of like, it's like lining up, you know, that I'll finish the plugin, and that's when they're getting into doing like water and stuff. Where are all the Unreals? Oh, there's another, but they're not English again. I mean, we can just raid a non-English. I don't know if they know English as second language, which is usually fine. Yeah, God, there's like just, there's nothing. I mean, I can raid. What does irregular? He's in Unity. Right. Multiple Unreal tags. Yeah, I know. It's I don't know. Is this actually? Hold on. I think this is. Oh, this is Unreal. Right. Imitation Tina. Alright, off we go. I think they're in Blender in the preview. How do I... stream manager raid. You did stream earlier? Yeah, I'm like, it's 4:30 here, so... Alright. Off we geo. Oh, Turning Cog's in there. Turning Cog's in the chat. Alright, well, thanks everyone for hanging out. I had a great time. I hope that you all had a great time also. Sorry I'm not in the center of the screen. Oh, that's probably what you want. Some of that cat action. I may or may not stream tomorrow. I might just, like, chip away at some stuff and whatever. But, yeah. Hope to see you all again the next time. And with that, we say goodbye. Big scritchy scritcher. Big scritchy scritch. Ooh, yeah, I like it. She likes it. Alright, goodbye.